saying, how's it going? I'm Godless Sword and I'm going to walk around. How are you, Commander?
Oh, all right. Had a good week on YouTube. Got over 30 subs.
Awesome. Was it because of your new
Wound
video?
up getting a little too ambitious trying to animate a 3-minute video with the same love that I animated the 45-second video, and I realize I can't do that yet.
Do you have problems with do you get copyright strikes?
No.
YouTube does not like me. Hey, skids, how's it going? How's it going? You can if you're feeling froggy this evening, hop in. Hop in, please, by all means. It's gonna be a little well, it's gonna be the same old
Um,
mayhem.
I'm hoping that I don't get a copyright strike. But Bethesda basically likes the free promotion of their software and their games. They don't even like, let's say that video about the Arsenal of Democracy, the one that I did previously and the
Hey,
one
Mark.
that I'm working on right now. Let's say, because I have the Fallout theme music.
Oh,
Let's say I
okay.
were to get monetized. They don't even take the money for monetization for that because they want people promoting their products, their software, their games. I don't know how they'd react to my thing given the political nature of it. But of course, I think they'd probably love that one where the power armor opens fire on the orc.
It's just so weird to me because YouTube blocks every video. They've gone out of their way to try to stop me. And recently I got an email where they were like, "We want you to become a YouTube partner. Nothing I do will they ever monetize." So it just seemed counterproductive to me. I don't know. I don't know. It's just
It
maybe
will
every
promote it will promote it in the algorithm.
You think so?
Even if they don't monetize it, they're now going to be making more ad revenue off of you. So they'll
Okay.
promote you more.
So basically YouTube wants to get their coin off of me.
Yes.
I felt
And
all
you can
honored.
make your money off of Patreon.
I felt so honored, like, wow. But then I thought about it and I'm like, YouTube in a weird way kind of hates me. So why
Well,
would,
when it come times for me to be monetized, I'm gonna have to talk to a lawyer about the penguin videos because they're not meant for children.
yeah.
There's profanity, content where we're going and we're invading Marjorie Taylor Greene's shit trailer and ordering her to shed her human skins, and Jutmonk the drunk monkey is talking about how um she's a royal piece of shit using the foulest of language. But on the other hand, it's cute animations, so I don't know how whether or not YouTube would flag it as kids content, even though it's not.
I mark everything as, hey, Alibaba, how's it going? How's it going, Mark Short skits? I hope everyone's doing well. It's really, hey, Butterfly said she'll be hopping in and out. It's just really perplexing to me what's going on with the algorithm and not the algorithm, with the YouTube's terms of service. I just do not understand it anymore at all in any way, shape, or form. And then they recently were like, well, if you can't beat us, join us.
I'd say even if they don't give you a red cent, they'll promote you more and you can get your money through Patreon.
So you think I should join the collective? become a
Yeah, they'll
simulated.
promote you more.
I still haven't
And worst
answered.
comes to worst, they kick you out.
Part of me doesn't want to get my channel deleted, but like honestly, I'm surprised they haven't. For as much as they censor my content. I hope everyone's doing well tonight. I don't even have all my lights on because it's so hot in here. So if you see me change a few times tonight, it's because I'm on fire hot. And yes, I'm wearing leather.
I know
Resistance.
what resistance is futile. I know a while back I talked about doing live streams and then I hung it up, and now I'm getting in the mood again. I'm gathering um derp, like people who believe in aliens and stuff that won't necessarily make the algorithm, nuke me. And I mean, remember that one night I had typed in the percentage of fails by commercial aviation, and yet the aliens are so shit they have a shittier safety record than commercial aviation.
Exactly. And I actually have a friend who's a pilot, a real like pilot, and he's kind of a failure at life, but he's really good at flying a plane. So if aliens are crashing and my alcoholic friend can fly planes, you guys have issues. Don't leave out the Yeti Sasquatch Commander. Do you know what's really funny? Like I I'm extremely cynical, but I find it strange that people are into stuff like that. Like it just still to this day, it's the strangest thing to me that what people believe. I am I pay. I'm just cynical, so I see everything through a certain lens. Hey, Kilroy, how's it going? How's it going?
There's a douchebag by the name of Stephen Greer. And one part of his thing I'm going to bring up, I'm obviously going to upload it and do a test to make sure that it doesn't get copyright nuked or whatever. But there's this guy, Stephen Greer, who I'm actually going to be dissecting what he's up to of all this alien shit. Because he's claiming that the deep state is operating illegally in its UFO shit. And he's got allies in Congress. And from what I can gather by what he said at the National Press Conference dinner that he held at the press club, his goal is to basically spread the conspiracy theories to undermine the intelligence community by spreading the idea of that deep state.
I just I don't really quickly before we get too deep. This program is intended for entertainment purposes only, and the content is not intended to malign any religion, race, company, individual, or wigs. All opinions expressed by Godless Sewing and program participants are solely their personal views and do not reflect the opinions of every human being on the planet. I'm looking at you, flat earthers. You guys have some crazy claims, but you get really offended when I'll show you a globe. So, with that being said, here at the Godless Song, we have exits on both sides. And if you don't like it, in Spanish, you can leave a izquierda, which is to the left, or derecha, which is to the right. So, I hope you guys have a great evening. And thank you for flying Godless Sewing Airlines. I'm going to get
And
that out
then
one day. I'm going to get that out.
And then there's this one video where some people are trying to claim that the reason for the invasion of Ukraine is because there's a crashed flying saucer in Oleshki Sands that Putin wants. For peaceful purposes, of course, and Putin already has access to another space arc, but yet he's employing Soviet tanks from like the 1950s, but he has access to alien tech. but he needs to use tanks from the 1950s.
When they're pulling out the Baron's plane, it's time to retire. Like, come on, get over yourself. See, but that goes back to the Cold War. During the Cold War, we were so scared of the Reds. They were coming over here, stealing Teddy Ruxpins and taking them back to Russia because they wanted to understand the technology. Like, and by the way, if you have a Teddy Ruxpin, I'll buy it off you. There's nothing better than Slayer. I still have Slayer taste. Slayer being played on a Teddy Ruxpin. I want my godless peanuts and godless Minnesota. Your waiter, or actually, sorry, your steward or stewardess will be with you shortly. Hey Mo, how's it going? How's it going?
Well, I think since peanuts and soda don't have any consciousness, they can't exactly believe in a god or gods, so they are atheists.
Oh no, not that far. Do you know one of the reasons I'm glad that Twitter is done is that I don't have to fight over rocks being atheists anymore. If you ever want to see me walk out of a room and scream OF in the hallway, start talking about inanimate objects being atheist. I'm like, oh no, not this conversation again. I will protest.
I was just making a funny joke.
I
I
know, I
wasn't
know, I
serious.
know. I spent like 2 really intense years in my angry atheist phase, and now I just get annoyed at certain arguments. I literally have come to the conclusion of like, be a good person and don't hurt people. Because I found more religion in certain atheist circles than I did, and I grew up Catholic. Speaking of which, young Mr. Sewing found Jesus. And you know what? As a parent, I'm okay with it because he's going to go through these phases, and you know what? I'm okay. And he went to church last Sunday with grandma. I slept in. You know what? It was so beautiful. I woke up and I was alone. So I went and got my kiddie pool. I put it on the side of my house to respect my cat because the cat lives on the patio. And I smoked my pipe in my kiddie pool in like 104-degree weather.
Oh, good for you.
I hope you feel better, Mo. I've seen that rocks being atheist shtick so many times. I'll walk away. Oh, I'll run, Kilroy. It drives me crazy. So, young Mr. Sewing found Jesus, and I'm okay with it. And I hope he goes to Sunday. I hope he goes to church every Sunday. He's got his own set of keys. Him and grandma. They went out to eat after. He's like, I love going to church. I'm like, okay, go every Sunday for the next 17 years, and then tell me in 17 years how you feel. I was confirmed in the Catholic Church, and I went every Sunday and told I wasn't allowed to go anymore. So does that make him Mr. Godful? Yes, he changed his YouTube name too. Thank you, Butterfly. I encourage people to go on their own path. I think the word journey is overused in today's world. But I'm okay with my son finding out what he believes, like he's gonna run through the gamut. I went from
And then
Catholic.
in 10 years, he's going to be Shalom Aleichem.
Quite honestly, I'm surprised that he didn't go for that first because of all the people that he's around. Crack rocks.
Probably the politics. But I always find it very interesting that, the people that the evangelicals gravitate towards make better antichrists than Christians.
Oh, Kilroy, you're killing me with this. Yeah, if he changes YouTube, then it's definitely a phase. Kids go through phases. I dressed like a cholo. I went through a phase where I wore my dad's pants and like old, like grungy t-shirts when I was trying to dress like Kurt Cobain. I went through a Michigan basketball phase where I'd wear basketball shorts and like basketball jerseys. I tried to dress like the early Michigan teams. As a parent, like you have to be equipped to know that your child is going to change many times. And I think people forget that like were you a phaser commander?
No.
I was. I was. Well, you know, it's kind of weird. I take every phase I've ever been with. You're like looking at it right now. I'm a conglomerate of everything I've ever chose to incorporate in my life.
No, my phases are um goody two shoes, bookworm, then oh shit, I can't take all the bullshit in the school. Luckily I'm getting out a year early because I had the grades, blah blah blah, and did the work. And then oh, I don't have enough money for the college. Let me go into machining because that's a lot of money. Have that phase. Move to Virginia. They complain that I don't curse. So I entered my cursing phase. Um,
Good evening,
and
Waternay.
then I found out what a shithole various contractors were, and I went through pull my hair out and scream phase and suck my thumb in a corner for a few years phase and then get off my ass phase where I am now.
Have you ever dyed your hair any crazy colors?
No.
I did it just to tick off. I joined a religion just to tick off my parents, and it worked because I knew if I joined the NOI and I knew that like my father would pin me up against the wall, he'd be so angry, and he did. People go through. I dyed my hair tennis ball green, blue, red. My mom still makes fun of me. She calls it my Dennis Rodman phase. Hello, Waternay. I grew up long hair, smoked weed as a teenager. Yeah, been there. Mark Short, did you go through any phases in Australia? Were you ever like a bikie or like, because I respect the process. And I know this sounds weird, but as parents, people think they own their children and we're facilitators.
Well,
I
I did go through what you would consider a phase. Like when I got into involved in politics and I had some people in Florida ask me to monitor the Christian radio and just give them give them a little bit of what they were saying. And then fell hard for the Christianity. And then the Republicans convinced me Christianity was a lie. And then I went back to the Jewish.
let me set up my camera because I just remembered I promised to clean my sewing machine. I got my gloves, my smelly rubber gloves.
Oh yes, they do have a odor about them.
They reek. Rubber has this really weird smell, and now that like regulations have gone downhill and things are made more cheap, you can smell like the industrial rubber on this.
Oh, and then the cheap plungers from the dollar store actually give me the farts. There's enough sulfur
Yeah.
just coming off of it because it's not properly vulcanized that it gives me gas.
It's exactly what it is, Commander. That's exactly. I bleached my hair a couple of times in high school. Did you do like the Justin Timberlake, like just the tips, or did you completely bleach your hair? And yes, I said just the tips, and we're like 19 minutes in. Oh, it's gonna be a good one tonight. Hey, Waternay, yay, yay. I don't even have a bike license. Do you know I was raised by kind of rebels? I remember like my pops would always let me drive his car, and I looked at him one day and I was like, I should get a license. So it's all relative. And yes, these are totally unregulated gloves skits. So you could definitely smell the cancer. Like I get stuff from my shop where it says on the box, do not mail to California. I gotta bring that in. It's the funniest label. I don't even wash rubber gloves. I just toss them and get new ones. Exactly. No way to wash out that awful smell. Exactly. That's why I get these cheap ones, because these just go straight in the garbage. After I'm going to clean this, there's a couple other things I have to do in the backyard, but they're perfect. And plus, like, I'm a geek. I watch this process at 4 in the morning when they have the machine that dips it in and then dips it out.
They would give us those rubber gloves at work to protect us against the metal chips, and it was shit. And getting the leather gloves from Harbor Freight, those things would fall apart in 2 weeks.
Oh, yeah.
And
Oh, yeah. Let me move my coffee really quickly. Alibaba, you're gonna laugh at me. I try to avoid this cheap stuff. I do. I truly try to, but I can't. I couldn't resist. Let me make myself big real quick. This is junk, and I would not recommend buying it, but I'm obsessed with buying this just Singer beginner crap. I may not even take it out of the package. I kind of want the scissors though. But these pens are awesome. I went crazy at the dollar store today. Whoops, wrong button. Do you know what though? I'm gonna tell you, I know a lot of people that ride bikes that don't have motorcycle licenses. They're just that's why in my state they passed a law where they don't impact, they just take your car or bike. They don't put you in jail anymore because no one has a license here.
that's kind of like sucks, but
I had hair down to my
it's cheaper to confiscate the vehicle and auction it off than it is to throw you in prison.
yeah, and most people pay the money to get their car back, so it's kind of extortion. Like I've told the story a million times. I got towed on a holiday and 5 grand, like 5 grand, and 6 days later I got my car back. Most people don't have that. They would have lost their car. I was 20, but it kept falling in bucks of old black diesel. So I get the shits one day and cut it all off. That was like my fro. I started balding very early. I let my hair grow. I didn't care that I was balding. I look like a 1970s soul singer. I just wanted to keep my hair. And one day I had to accept the fact that I was like bald for real and not just like funny haha. I have the Krusty the Clown like Friar Tuck. Like I'm completely bald. Like it's sad. Like all the way up to here for real. I miss my hair.
And somewhere your hair is wafting around in the wind somewhere or in a garbage dump and it misses you.
I hope it's partying. I hope. do you know? Do you know it's funny, Waterne? I still have a Babylon 5 Londo Malari still in the case. Out of all the stuff I've bought at like Comic Cons over the year, I let my son open up a lot of stuff because when he was a kid, he just opened it up, and I'm like, you know what? I don't care. Like I'm just collecting this stuff. But Londo Malari is the last one I have left that's still in the box. One day I will stop buying this Singer crud, but this is gonna look good and great in my Singer museum.
And in 50 years from now, someone with just as much obsession with sewing will want to pay 50 grand for that piece of shit.
That I literally paid $2 for, that I feel that's overpriced for paying $2 for it. My hair's long enough that I can sit on it, but it's so curly you'd never know. Just like mid back length. Oh, I miss my hair. Oh, they have really long hair. How are you doing on a day like today? The entire Southwest is over 100 right now, and I feel for every single one of you. I'm going through it right now.
I need to cut my hair. It's too long right now.
I might go buy another one. They're not selling them at my local 99-cent store. I'm trying not to like buy all this stuff, but it started with the bobbins. For some reason, they had bobbins for 1930s singers. I bought the whole row. I think like Walmart or they just basically dump their back stock on the 99-cent store. 30 years later, wow, he has this special little kit. You'd be surprised. You'd be surprised. I sold a comic book for $700 that I thought was worthless. Oh, I could imagine it's so hot today. It's ridiculous. That's why I'm kind of like bleh. Yesterday on Phoenix's stream, I was just kind of like because I wasn't hydrated. Today, I'm coming fully hydrated. I'm ready for the fight today. I haven't started balding yet. In my family, all the well, it comes from my mom's side, but on that side, everyone goes bald early, even the women bald. It's sad. My hair, my hair is at and past my shoulders. If I go shorter than this, I'm probably depressed. You guys engulfed in flames yet? No, but that reminds me, my doctor called me and was like, "Let me know when you need all your lung stuff," which is going to be soon. What was it hot over where you live today, Commander? It was unreal. It's unreal in the Southwest.
Not as bad as where you are, but it's hot. And I need to get an air conditioner for my room. One reason why I can't bloody sleep. I'm gonna try to stick to my hour mark. Because I still have to try to get some sleep. I gotta basically head out at 1 o'clock.
No worries. I completely understand. This is like Monday is like my Saturday or Sunday, you know. So I don't have to necessarily get up early tomorrow. Oh, there's a saying in certain communities, if your friend cuts their hair in a pixie cut, they're not okay and you need to check on them. If your friend slowly starts cutting their hair off, you need to check on them. Or if they shave their head, they're not okay. Oof. So, do you know when I do investigations for like, oh, what day is it? Every once in a while, I come across a crazy story. And today is Wrong Way Corrigan Day. Have you ever heard of a man who flew across the Atlantic in basically a biplane with two Buick engines?
That's not the spirit of St. Louis. Even though he was called wrong, even though wrong way. God, I forget what Lindbergh's nickname was. But they actually wouldn't let him give him clearance to fly across the Atlantic. So he basically claimed, well, I got lost.
That's Corrigan. That's what happened to him. And he went to Dublin, and everybody knew he was lying because for years before he would apply, and they're like, your plane does not have the specs. It does not reach up to specs. And if you don't reach up to 19, 20 something specs, there's something wrong with you. Because they were flying like I could make that plane in my backyard. Oh, and really quickly, Kilroy, I've been there. Like this is real where I'm from. Like when someone shows up with like short hair, we're like everybody starts giving them a hug, like, hey man, what's wrong? You're going through some stuff right now. Alexa, what's the temperature right now?
Right now, it's 90 degrees Fahrenheit.
Ooh, it's getting towards winter. It's 90. It was like 107 here. It's the drop in temperature at night that just kicks my tail because it's like 100 something all day and then it's 50 something at night.
Well, you live in the desert. There's not exactly a lot of humidity to keep the heat in.
It's been kicking my butt lately. That's what's been getting me. And then when fire season starts and everything, it's the air is just unbreathable. That's one thing. Shout out to LA County. They're finally honest with the air quality. So when they say, "Hey, don't go outside, you can't breathe today," they're actually being accurate because they used to lie about it. I was going to say that short is all right and long is all right, but I don't like the poofy fro look on me. Then I thought nobody needed to see that, but I accidentally sent it halfway through. I miss my afro. If Rogaine becomes real, I'm gonna be up here looking crazy with a giant afro because all Rogaine is just hair is spray paint for your hair.
No, Rogaine has minoxidil in it, and minoxidil helps regrow hair in some people.
Then it was hair.
Rogaine is
It might have been hair
different
club.
than
Sorry, it
Hair
was.
Club. Hair Club is spray paint.
Yeah. I one night, because I still have television, one night I got caught up in an infomercial because I see someone who looks like me in a van. And I was like, oh, he's gonna grow his fro back. I'm gonna watch this. I'm gonna watch this. And about half an hour into it, they admit that it's hair paint. They were painting his afro on his head. I'm okay. Today in 1989 was the first flight of the B-2 stealth bomber, and in 1928, Vince Girardi, jazz musician and writer of the Peanuts theme, was born. Awesome. Awesome. The one thing that really, like, I was like, what is wrong with this Corrigan guy is because he basically lied. He applied for years and years and didn't get his license. And he basically flew to Dublin because he wanted to and got away with it. Try that now, they'd put you in jail.
Oh, yeah. I don't think Giles ever got out of prison for barnstorming the neighborhood. He wanted to marry my mom, and he basically, you know, the planes that haul the "Will you marry me" thing? Well,
Oh, yeah.
he hired one of those, and then he jumped the pilot, got in it, and barnstormed the neighborhood. And then we never saw. He got put away after that.
If you there was a guy who crashed a plane for the gram or YouTube or something, and he got put in jail, and he deserves to. Like, I'm all about doing stupid stunts, but let's be real. If you're doing something idiotic, like crashing a plane and putting people's lives at risk, you deserve to go to jail. And I'm not even a fan of I'm pro doing crazy stuff on YouTube.
Well, he basically didn't know where his plane was going to land, and it could have landed on Grandma. So,
And I've been looking it up because I want to jump out of a plane with a parachute that I've made, but short of going to Tijuana, there's nowhere I can legally do it in the state of California. But
I wouldn't.
You can't even jump out of a plane with a second hand parachute. And I know this for a fact because I've been doing massive research. You'd get shot down over the Atlantic. This was during the craze of the transatlantic flight because there was only one person that had done it at the time. And so when this guy basically, like, I'm reading the story, and part of me was like, this guy basically was told no and did and said, okay, I'm going to do it anyways. If you did that by today's standards, depending on who you are, because we know if you have millions, you can do anything. But like Kilroy said, they'd shoot you down and they wouldn't even make a story of it, you know? Man sews on parachute fails. Well, it would be that one moment where everybody could say, I told you so. And I wouldn't be around to hear it. I'm going to jump out of a plane one day with a parachute I made. If I have to go work at the parachute factory. Where is my other phone? I'm gonna Google that. I am definitely gonna Google that. Oh, look at my phone. Look at one of my iPhones.
Well, my iPhone, whenever my avatar starts skipping, that's because it's getting too goddamn hot.
That's this thing oh, I took it out of the case and it instantly cooled off. Let's see. Oh, that's funny. These things are so flimsy without the case. Do you know, I say this every week, but I am not necessarily pro technology. I'm okay if we go back to horse and buggy. Not the mentality, just the technology.
I would still like refrigeration and at least um, at least high definition TV, maybe not the streaming, as long as there was something good on.
I just want to get rid of cars. If we have a monorail that's like actually efficient, that doesn't hurt people, I'm okay with that. As someone who lives in a city where like you can't go anywhere without owning a car, I'm okay with getting rid of cars. My life was
Well,
better when I
you
didn't
could
have a
have
vehicle.
light elevated rail is better than a monorail because elevated rail can come down to ground level and work on regular rail, and then it's more versatile.
Mhm.
But I get what you mean. It's like a good mass transit system.
Because like and I'm not saying this is a great city, so do not take any legal or medical advice from someone, but I worked in Reno, Nevada one time, and they had the most efficient bus system I've ever seen in my life. When they said the bus will be here in 15 minutes, it's there in 15 minutes. And I know what they were doing. They were keeping it going because they were keeping people going to the casinos, but the bus was free. Because all the gamblers were paying for it, Start singing the
They
Simpsons
were
mom.
taxing the casinos to pay for the bus.
Exactly. And so, but the bus drivers were happy, that you get on, you give the bus driver a high five and move on with your day. I hate
When
cars.
they're running city buses, there's actually points at which the bus has to stop and wait if it's going ahead of schedule, so
Oh,
that too many people don't miss their stops, don't miss the bus.
it's like that here too. I hate cars. Unfortunately, there are way too many egomaniacs in this country who use their car as security blanket for us to reduce the amount of. I agree. That's another thing. Like, I work in a farm setting. I think my truck should just be sitting there. Because my truck's a gas guzzler. It got just today in my Ford Flex, it cost $78 um to fill my tank. With my truck, it's almost $200. And I wait till I'm almost on E. Well, a quarter tank. Let's not tell internet stories. I wait till like a quarter tank and then I refill my car.
Imagine how much it costs to fill up a tractor trailer with 300 gallons, 150 on each side.
Oh my gosh. That's like in my job. I don't even look at the bill. I just sign it because the fuel bill is so insane. Water, I agree with you 100%. And this is one of the problems. Like, this is one of the things that bothers me. We fight so much in society about all of these things. We should be at City Hall, at least in LA, like fighting the city. Like, we have this giant infrastructure, we have all these rails, and it's overpriced, and it's like they don't have enough protection. There's a million issues. I agree. We do need to completely overhaul the system, like utterly and completely. Part of me which brings me to a certain subject, which I'm probably going to go off before and after Commanders here. How do you feel about the Hollywood strike? Oh, no, yeah, about everything that's going on.
You mean the Writers Guild strike that's been going on, or the actors?
The actors just recently jumped on board.
Well, I mean, people gotta be able to. Let's just say I'm supportive of organized labor.
Okay, but I agree with you, but let's separate the elitists from the person who's dropping off the laundry. Because Fran Drescher tried to compare herself to the craft service people, and 2 weeks ago she wouldn't even have spoke to those people.
Well,
I've dealt with
that's
a
what I'm. Well, when I'm wanting people to get paid and representation, I'm thinking of the one who brings the donuts, who makes the sets,
yeah.
who because the people who get on camera are already very well paid, except for maybe the extras need help.
This might make you jump, but I know the person who made Trump Singles, the dating site, and literally started in a bar in my town and got rich. He was in the movie industry. So the people who put up the sets are different than the actors. So you get much more conservative views from the people that are putting up the sets than the people who are actually the actors. And quite honestly, the people who put up the set get paid hundreds of thousands of dollars. So again, like we have to decipher the difference between the laundry service, the craft service, and the people who have separated themselves from us. I drive a freaking tractor and work for my mother. For as much people they say certain things about me and say all about my spending habits and stuff, like I got my job through nepotism, just like those gaffers. you know, that's what, at least, like, I don't know. I'm trying to be nice, but the Hollywood industry is not what you think it is. So I was kind of
I
offended
I
when,
know someone who worked. Trying to remember the name of the union. In order to join it, in order to get a job at backstage at NBC, their television, entertainment production, doing the set things and bringing the donuts, I'd have to move to Manhattan. But I know that you can make $5,000 for 3 days worth of work. Granted, it's a 12-hour to a 14-hour day.
yeah. And you see, I'm trying not to dog those people. I'm not anti-labor. I'm just saying, like, let's figure out who labor really is. Because Hollywood they've separated themselves. And what's happened is they got reminded by their boss that they are labor, that they're not in charge. And they were offended. These people make more money than we will ever see in our lifetimes. So
I'm very sympathetic to the Writers Guild, though.
yeah, I agree. I No, that's different though, because they work hard. They're like, I don't know. I try not to gatekeep, but when I saw Fran Drescher up there, like, and see, they put her up there because she's had cancer. She's a survivor. She actually has worked hard. Like, I don't know. There's certain people that in my area, you can't just go up to Will Smith's house. You couldn't just drive up to Jason Momoa's house. If you try to go to the Pacific Palisades, they will literally stop you in a certain area if you're not from there. And that's because that's where all the actors live. The studios need to face up the fact that the distribution has changed. Yes, people need to be paid. I didn't think Fran was comparing herself to the people. I thought she was advocating for them. I agree. I don't know. I get offended when you need millionaires to speak for you. Also, we often act like the actors are paid like top five. It's the rest of the actors who are being gouged. I agree. My neighbor is a
It's
commercial
the
actor.
it's the extras, it's the people in the background that don't get paid nearly as much as the people who are given a lot of lines.
I I think because I've worked in Hollywood, I've like almost gotten a fight with some guy who told me I couldn't cross Hollywood Boulevard, and even the cop was like, he was like, "You can't tell him that." Like you're not a you. Who are you? Even the cop was like, "Who are you?" Because people were trying to get to the train. It's a long story, but I worked at a tattoo shop and the shift was over, and so it's late at night. All the workers are trying to cross the street to get on the train, and this guy was like, "You can't cross," and we were like, "Stop us, stop us." My Land Cruiser has a 90-liter, 35-gallon tank. Wow, and it costs enough to hurt. I fill up that tank, and now it doesn't hurt so much. Oh, that's funny. Fran is the president of SAG. So she is, I know. And you know what? They put her up there because you can't be mad at the nanny. You can't be mad because she's a real life cancer survivor. Well, yeah, she's a cancer survivor. She has a good story. I just don't feel sorry for super rich people. That's like, I don't know. Maybe I'm am I being heartless or what? Tell me.
Um, if someone's working backstage building sets and they're getting paid over $100,000 a year and they want to keep their gig, then you're being harsh. If they want to make 700,000 a year, although granted LA is super expensive, so I can see them wanting more because that would be, let's see, $1 million house that would cost 70 grand around here.
You'd basically have to make $200,000 a year to live in LA, at least in my area. And that's why when people move in, I'm like, what do you do for a living? I try to work it in. I try not to like have it be the first thing I ask, but I always
What
ask
were
these
they
questions.
paying for the buses? You were asking me about buses. You told me they were like $200,000 to drive a bus in your area.
Oh, you get $100,000, $150,000 to be a bus driver, but you also put your life at risk. And I say that jokingly and laughing, but I'm not laughing and I'm not joking. Like you could
LA
go
traffic or criminals?
all the above. because what happens is you could have one of the most peaceful road. And you know what the funny thing is? Recently, a bus driver was assaulted in one of the most peaceful, well, in the suburbs. It not even in the city. A bus driver was stabbed multiple times, and this person did nothing, was doing nothing but doing their job. And they told someone tried to hop fare and just walk on the bus, and they were like, "You can't do that." And then this idiot went off. The older I
Yeah,
get,
I'd say that pay
sorry.
wasn't worth it at that time.
I would take that job if that wasn't the risk. I would. I want to be a metro driver. I have a Class C license, which in California I have a D and a C, which basically means I can drive anything over 35 people. And like I would want that job, but there's no way I would put my life at risk just so I could drive around LA. I would love to have that job, but there's no way that I would put my life at risk for that. And they get paid as much money as prison guards do, basically, in California. Let me plug this in. Would you take a bus driver job for $150,000 with the eventuality that someone's gonna spit on you or throw a brick at you or something?
Eventuality, throw a brick at me? No. I've actually seen uh staff get assaulted on buses where I used to live, but I don't think they actually ever had a bus driver murdered.
I don't think you're being heartless. I just think you're focusing on friends. I do. You know what it is? It's people look at me like that. You know, people make absorbent bouts of money, and so I'm like, when you reach a certain point, you're above all of us. People have lost their minds. They're so on edge, and they've forgotten how to act. Waterne, I say please and thank you everywhere I go. I open up doors. People look at me like I'm mentally insane when I open up a door for them.
I told you when I moved to Virginia, they basically complained I didn't curse.
Oh, that's so weird to me. I say excuse me to people. People think I'm being rude. I'm just letting you know that I'm gonna walk past you. You know, it's an etiquette thing, though. I was raised like super yes, ma'am, no, sir, and so it's still in my blood. You know. I wonder though if there's been an actual change or we're just finding out about all these assholes faster and easier. I agree with you.
There's definitely been a change in society.
You think so, or do you think it's because we can watch each other?
Do you remember when Jerry Springer was just totally outrageous and out there?
Some of the yes. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, I do.
And then society got more and more outrageous and then more and more mean and then crueler and crueler. This is known as the Lucifer effect in psychology. The guy who taught it, even though he was a jerk, he had to teach this in the ethics class. Basically, there's a certain percentage of society that doesn't actually have its own morals. It basically will only go as far as the rest of us will let them.
Mm-hmm.
The 10-15% of the society is either sociopaths or borderline sociopaths.
I think the
And
percentage is higher than that.
that's just like what I picked up in the school. Yeah, but I would agree with you. Close to about 20 to 30% of the country right now is sociopathic. Um, that's actually what Trump tapped into.
It's still working because half of my neighborhood is still gonna turn that way. And I'm not necessarily the most political person on earth, but when people are already putting their DeSantos signs out, I know it's and Trump signs, I'm like, oh, it's gonna be a long
Well,
process.
hopefully those mean Valley girls will rip each other apart. That's the way I
Well,
refer to both DeSantis and Trump. They're in a mean Valley girl fight.
I don't think those people don't have the bandwidth to hide their assholery. Jerry. I'm trying not to use my air hose because last time I used the air hose, I feel like I did damage to my sewing machine. Alibaba, if you're still here, if adding too much PSI to something, does it like futz around with the machine? Asking for a friend.
What are you blowing on? And
Well,
do you have a filter?
sewing machines get fuzzy. And so what happens is like it starts catching fuzz up in the like inside where the bobbin case is. So you literally have to clean it out. And even it even comes up on top of the machine. And so let me see, literally with one little swipe, I get all that gunk. And so every once in a while you have to defluff your sewing machine. And I got defluffing from an Australian woman, but it's just basically cleaning your sewing machine because these things they're semi-precision machines, you know, and if they're off, then they will not work at all in any way, shape, or form. They're fun. It's like a car. I hate
Well, it
car
would be
analogies.
depending upon the design of it, right? So let me give an example. Machine tools. You know that there are shops where if you blow off the machine, you're fired because the machines are old enough where chips going in the wrong place wasn't part of the design.
Yeah.
And the chips can get into the wrong place and damage the machine. And then you have more modern machine tools where blowing off the machine was actually considered when they designed it so it doesn't run any risk of hurting the machine.
Okay. This is always the part. Did I get it in the right hole? And that's not even innuendo. Sewing machines, they come with multiple holes for adjustment. Yes, I did. Good. Okay.
But I think, 30, close to 30 or 40% of the population is a sociopath.
The reason I say that is because like there'll be a car accident and someone will be like majorly hurt. Only 5 or 6 people jump out of their car. When I was a kid, everybody would stop what they're doing. There'd be 40 people surrounding that person, you know? An air compressor can do
Well,
more harm than good, yeah.
in the case of LA traffic, I don't think that's a the Trump and DeSantis signs are probably a better indication of who's the sociopath than actually asking someone to get out of their car in LA traffic and make whatever just happened the whole fucking worse.
It's also okay, so that's like half cleaned out. Oh, it even sounds better. Isn't that funny? It depends on where you are.
I've witnessed an accident and I've pulled my truck over. I have called the police and let them know. I have in my own car pulled over and let them know. But like if the cops are already there, I'm just driving by. If help is already there, I can only make it worse.
Well, that's different. That's different. I agree with you on that. I saw a man asked if there was anything Trump could do to be indicted for what would make the man not support him anymore. He said he could unalive someone on the Capitol steps. That's just crazy. He was proud of his loyalty, but why would you want to support? Those are the people who are sociopaths. That's what I'm saying. And honestly, part of me is like, call them out so we know who they are, you know?
And DeSantis had I'm trying to remember that he had the Wolf of Wall Street in one of his commercials. He had a bunch of fictional sociopaths in one of his commercials. But that's an indication of who he is as a person. He's a sociopath. And he wants to attract those sociopaths.
I forgot about that, Kilroy. I completely forgot about that. Do you know where I live? If you were to say that out loud in a crowd, they could put you in jail.
It's that old egoism versus altruism that we've talked about before. Do I care about my neighbor or do I only care about myself? And then you have these people who, if you say, well, if we don't have a God, then what's going to stop us from basically eating each other alive? And I'm like, well, if you need a God to threaten you, not to basically murder your neighbors and treat people like shit, then you're already evil.
I've recently had this conversation with a young Mr. Sewing. No worries, Alibaba. We were having a conversation about using compressed air in sewing machines, and I've been voted down. I use compressed air in my machine shop, but I don't use it where it could blow chips up under the ways and in the spindles or even the machine. You're right.
That's what I was talking about.
My middle name is Overkill. Like, this is my middle name. Welcome back, Alibaba. You just missed our saving godless. You did, because the thing is sitting right here, and all I have to do is just pull my hose out and plug it in. But I'll spare everybody the noise. That's why I just blew into it. Oh.
You have to worry about it actually getting into the bearings and then adding to the, well, getting stuck in the oil and then making it. I'm pretty sure there are moving parts that have ball bearings.
It's easier to put it in this way.
I'm gonna have to wind up getting going because I gotta try to get another 2 hours sleep before I go to work.
No worries. No worries. Thank you for
Hope to do this next week.
you're always invited on. You can hop on anytime.
Have a good night, everybody.
Have a great
Someone
night.
come in here and keep
Oh, I'm about to
company.
go off. I do need someone to grab my foot every once in a while. I'm about to go off about Hollywood. I'm about to all right. Commander, it's always great to see you. It is always good to see you. So now we have reached the bomb chicka wah wah point of the evening because it's hot. It is hot in here. Oh my gosh. It's not easy being a leather daddy in the world of sewing, but somebody's got to do it. But it's a little too hot. There has to be like I need to look that up. There has to be leather rules where after a certain temperature, like it's okay to not wear your vest. I want to take my hat off, but it's like what is absorbing the sweat and stopping the whole Mr. Clean thing from just raining down on my head right now. not not gonna lie. Thank you. Now I have that song just stuck in my head. My but da da da. Lately, I've been rocking the vest with nothing else underneath, but that's a little too 1980s rocker for me. Awesome, Commander. You have to swap the vest out for a harness or cuffs or something. We know we're water nays. You know what's really funny? I actually, well, that drawer is a mess, but I have real life sex cuffs, and they're sex cuffs because you could put them on, but they you could clip them off with your thumb, so you know you don't have complete loss of control. I gotta put the hat back on. Alexa, what's the temperature right now?
Right now, it's 88 degrees Fahrenheit.
I gotta open that door and get some of that 88 degrees in here. Let's get this milkshake. So let me grab my notes real quick. There was something else I was gonna go off about. Okay, so I have a question for you. Where is that line of like, oh man, it's hot in here. Where's that line of selling out and having a job? I watched this podcast. They're hilarious. They go off. They're these two women. They're over 55. Well, they would die if they heard me say that. One, they're both basically hitting 50. Long story short, they recently had a podcast that was a probiotics ad, and people freaked out. But you know what? Someone probably paid them a lot of money for that. So where's that line between like, oh, you're a sellout because you're not saying funny things, or someone paid you for a commercial? If someone paid you $100,000, would you do a probiotics commercial? I would. I would sit here for 45 minutes and rant about probiotics. I want to know because um I don't know. I don't know. I'm trying to figure that out. Trying to get my mic and headphones working. I have issues, but I'll try to. Well, hop in, Skiz. Now you're invited in anytime. But I want to know exactly. Thank you, Mark. Thank you. Mark and I would be doing a probiotics commercial. You see, uh, for as idealistic as I am, I'm a capitalist. If you're gonna pay me, I'll do it. But where's that line of like you've sold out? Because people went off, and I'm like, do these people not realize that these people like they're rich for a reason? I think getting paid for 1 minute spot is just making that paper. Turning your whole show into an infomercial is selling out. That's why I love you, Kilroy. I need you in my life, Kilroy, because I don't know. I don't know. Because people are going off, but because I'm a greedy, filthy capitalist. So, like, if you paid me, like, at my job, okay, we have 23 vehicles. When I find certain vendors that don't rip me off, I give them contracts for 23 vehicles. These people love me because they're going to make a ton of money and they treat me way better. So I get it, you know, and I know that if I just walked in there and got an oil change, they would have like not cared about me, you know, but where's that line between selling out and like using your platform for maybe people want to poop. Maybe people want to talk about probiotics. You know what I'm saying? But they got paid a boatload of money because they're a really new up and coming podcast that's extremely popular. And then they just threw like, and I knew it wasn't their regular stuff because they always come on at 2:45 at night, and they came on at like 2, and I'm like, ooh, this is a bit fishy. This is a bit fishy. I don't mind an ad, especially if it's sometimes the people actually like use. A whole podcast is expensive. They did the entire podcast. And it's each podcast, their usual podcast is anywhere from 35 minutes to 45. They went the full 45 with their probiotics ad. Gilroy and I are giving the opinion in stereo. The line is when you are lying through your teeth and there's no truth. And that's another thing. Like a lot of this probiotic stuff is just repurposed fiber. My grandma used to make these cookies that'd clean you out. You don't even need all that. There's a certain line that should never be crossed. I agree. Like I write a certain type. You would never catch me doing like a BMW motorcycle ad. It's not my thing. You'd never catch me doing like an Indian motorcycle ad, even though if you paid me and you gave me one, even though they're 10 times heavier, I'd ride one. But I'm saying like, where's that line, you know? I look at all the time when I see certain like who like the Who. When I used to see the Who on Ford commercials, I'm like, oh, you have sold out. You have completely sold out. But they were older men by then. They didn't care. They just wanted money, you know? Just eat Taco Bell. That does the job better than any probiotic. So true, Kilroy. So true. That is the one thing that has never changed about Taco Bell over the years. Do they actually have experts and research content? Was it a bonus episode? I'll look it up right now. I don't know if they tagged it necessarily as a bonus episode. I think it was labeled something snarky as like, are you gonna poop? Or it was something just to, you know, they snuck one in. They truly snuck one in. Let's see. What was it called? The Princess Diana of Probiotics. They weren't playing. And it was 39 minutes. And on average, most of them are 35 to 47. So they went a little bit over than their average. Probiotics are beneficial bacteria, aren't they? I'm not even enough of an expert to even agree with you. I've learned to say that I have no idea what that is. Like, well, if you look at the Latin root of the word, yeah, it's a probiotic, you know, but beyond that, like, I do not know anything. Like I always say, do not take any legal and medical advice from me. I have to eat healthy because of my certain issues. So I'm not taking pills. I'm just eating broccoli and kale. Which which is a probiotic by itself. I lost it again. Internet is bad here right now. It happens to me too, Ollie, all the time. All the time, especially this time of year. Like if somebody was to hit a pole by my house, I would lose internet access. Absolutely. I agree, butterfly. Just get some Taco Bell. Emptying your bowels is not the same as balancing your gut. See, I don't know of these things. I remember when there was the colostomy craze, doctors were telling people like, "Hey, if you're under 40, don't even come to me and asking me because just because you heard it on a podcast doesn't mean that you actually need to get a colostomy." And I'm probably not even saying it right because I talk funny. But you know what I'm talking about. So you really have to be careful. And that's another thing. In this world of murky truth, you have to be able to decipher between BS. I look at everything as entertainment. So I kind of look at everything with a grain of salt, especially like I really like that podcast. So I'm not going to quit on them, but they were trying to sell poop pills. So is that selling out? They and keep in mind these people they've already been rich. They've had they've been on what's it called, reality television, but they don't talk about the pretentious side. They're just more of the podcast is called I've Had It. If you want to check it out, I've been ranting about it enough. This is a unendorsed spot, but it's called I've Had It, and it's just two older women talking about how people bitch about everything, and it was very anti their own podcast. My doctor always tells me people who eat yogurt while we're taking antibiotics tells me people to eat yogurt. I'm a texture guy. Still to this day, that's one of the only things I just stay away from. This is touch and go, Alibaba. I think Godless might have been considering a blowtorch now. Remember the coffee? I think, yes, I do because people are gross. Basically, Butterfly, a podcast that I watch. They only it's called I've Had It. It's two older women. It's a fun podcast. They're in Oklahoma. They have a good time, but they threw a bonus. I don't want to call it a bonus episode because they portrayed it as a regular episode, but it was a 37-minute commercial for probiotics, and they brought in an expert. And we live in the world of snake oil. So I don't trust anybody. Like, and again, I have certain dietary requirements. I would never push my way of life on other people. You know, and eating carrots and kale all the time is boring. Meanwhile, in all of this ranting, I have slowly been defluffing this machine. So let's see if we can get it going. I use this baby lock so much. I got this at the same store that I have been purchasing all the sewing machines lately, and I completely scored when I saw it was a baby lock. You've never see baby locks in thrift stores, and this thing has been a workhorse ever since. And now I have the theme song just blaring through my head of that show. If you can't do yogurt, sauerkraut and kimchi are good. I was so lucky by finding this machine. Like, you never see baby locks in thrift stores. There's certain brands that you rarely see. Like, you would never see a Juki ever. There was one time I saw Juki Surgers, but somebody that I was with was like, imagine how many times these were used before, because they were two industrial Juki Surgers without the cords. And when you have something without the cords, they don't always necessarily work. And then you end up spending more money for the cord than you did on the machine. Oh, look, there's Mr. Sewing Addict again. We can pay the lease at our store. When I used to go to Ventura, I was no joke. There was this one store. Every time I walked in, I'd buy at least 4 sewing machines because they always had a touch and sew, or like they always had the 1960s and 70s. They loved me. They gave me such breaks. I miss those people. I'm still mad at getting pulled over by the Ventura Highway Patrol. I'm still mad at you. I'm still mad, and I will not get over that. You know what it was, and it wasn't even about race, because once the guy searched my car, his eyes kind of opened up. He's like, "Uh-oh, this guy can afford to pay." They towed my car. They literally towed my car because he knew I could afford to do it. Baby Lock and Juki's never seen inside the thrift stores most of the time. Yes, that's what I'm saying. The Juki I didn't buy though because I had a feeling it came from either a like a dry cleaner or a factory, and it was used a million times, and it was gonna burn out on me. At least that's the excuse I used to not buy a Juki serger. I'm picking up a Singer 306 on Wednesday. Awesome. Awesome. I hope you got a decent deal for it. Let me thread this thing. When I'm not thinking about it, it takes me 2 seconds to thread a sewing machine, but whenever I'm fronting on YouTube, it takes me a minute. Oh, excuse me. Do you not just Waternay, but like, have you guys had success ordering sewing machines online? Because I'm such a tactile person, I love going to the places and like having the adventure of driving somewhere. So, have you had success buying sewing machines online? Because I have such a large odd foot, I don't even buy shoes online. I wear 13 and a half. Like, I don't buy pants online. I'll buy a shirt because I can always get the size up, but awesome. Awesome. Yay, Waternay. So you got a good deal for it. And also because of the groups I'm on Facebook, I've seen nothing but horror stories. That's the problem. And so that's what stops me. Thank you, Waternay, for confirming everything that I was gonna say. I've never bought a sewing machine. Do you know what's funny? People will laugh. I own over 90 something sewing machines, and I've only purchased one at a retailer. For all the sewing machines, every single sewing machine. Yeah, I have not paid full price. I've paid full price only for my Husqvarna Viking because I wanted to be fancy. I felt like I'd made it. I walked in the store. I knew what I wanted. Also, sometimes sellers have no idea how to pack a machine. Yes, I've seen some horror stories of people absolutely freaking out. I don't know, but there's got because I've mailed a few out, but I pack them like a Cosby kid, and I know that's not a very politically correct thing. But I put so much packing tape on there, I cover it like in bubble tape. It's because I have this stuff at my shop and I get it for free. But like I put packing chips in there and everything, and you have to separate everything. I've had success buying online, eBay, Goodwill finds. I've wondered about that. And Shop Goodwill. Hey, Alibaba, it's okay. Like my internet hops off and on as well. I've always wondered about that because I see some insane prices on the Goodwill site, and I'm like, there's no way they're gonna ship that $24 machine to my house for less than $24. I think you should branch out on your machinery collection, Mark. Alibaba, you are always welcome. I've had too many times where my internet has just cut out, like utterly and completely cut out. I don't trust I'm not saying that I'm not trustworthy. I just haven't had much success of ordering certain things online. And because I take my sewing machine serious, I refuse to get ripped off. And with that being said, I've only been ripped off one time, and it was a weird site, and I should have been on it anyways. And as far as Amazon sellers, I've only been ripped off one time where they just didn't honor it or anything. I see breakage all the time in typewriter shipping. Even steel castings that are an inch thick have been broken. I wouldn't feel comfortable ordering a sewing machine. See, that's my reluctancy. That's why I'm just like, I don't know. Maybe I should. Maybe I'm overthinking it. Jackhammer. He had a jackhammer. Goodwill is hit and miss with proper packing. See, I am not ashamed to say I would cry if I spent a certain amount of money for a machine and it showed up broken. Those sus they are skits. They are sus. Hey Sydney, how's it going? How's it going? They're super sus. And that's the problem. They're and I'm not trying to call these people out, but what's their name? There's a biker company that's in Central California. I can't remember the name, and it's something really filthy. But like every time I try to order from them, they try to double order my order. So I'm like, dude, you have cool stuff, but your billing is insane. So a lot of these sites are sketchy. Cast iron is brittle, easy to break, and even more in the freezing cold seasons. I didn't think about that. Hey, Sydney. He mumbled something about a stuck presser foot. I couldn't look at the. Oh, it's our favorite racist episode of Skits. You get so offended at that episode. Okay, so all the black people finally got their own planet. It is the most racist episode. I'm a Star Trek purist. I love the old school. And it's sad that that's considered old school. Even though Will Wheaton's my age. Oh, that's funny. Hey, Sydney, love, all love. Yay. Yay. Oh, that reminds me. I've had my early 2000s camera on for a while. Oh. It's a little bit different. This chair does not move like the other one, so it's a little bit different in here. Yay. I'm not ready to leave Northern California. It's a fun place. It's a fun place. Northern California is it's beautiful. Southern California is just people. San Diego is beautiful. There's people from LA that would laugh at me if I considered San Diego Southern California, but it is. It's to the south of us, but Northern California is breathtakingly beautiful. I miss traveling up there. Did you just Skits is gang banging in the chat. Speaking of which, I finally finished my vest. It's not all fluff here in the Godless Sewing channel. I actually do sew. I just can't stream and sew at the same time because I get so easily distracted. But I finally put this back patch on. And it's really funny. Like, I'm not a Florida fan, but check out Obituary. Florida metal is awesome. And all my Norwegian bands on the front, we got Marduk, Mayhem, good old Godless. Wrong side. That literally means Sons of Moog. Come at me. I identify as a Klingon. Come at me. I leave Wednesday. Oh, well, I hope you've had a good time. The weather's crazy on the East Coast right now. I was checking out Vermont and I was like, what? Why is it flooding right now? By Northern California, do you mean actually Northern California, or do you mean San Francisco, which right now is in the middle of the damn state? You have to know, Gilroy, like, I live at the bottom of the map, okay? And so because I live at the bottom of the map, like, I consider anything past Bakersfield, I consider that Northern California. FedEx chucked a box with such a clunk it rattled the house when Oh my gosh. Went out and had words with the driver. He said that he had to hurry. I said there's no point in antiques getting dropped off. I would have snapped too. I would have snapped. She's pretty far north. Northern California is beautiful. And even Central California is breathtaking compared to Southern. Thank you, Butterfly. Thank you. It's actually a lot harder work making battle vests than people think it is. Because you have to plan it out to not look goofy and like put your patches in a certain place. Northern California, almost in Oregon. Oh, beautiful. Beautiful. I love that area. Actually, Northern California. What's the weather like up there, Sydney? Is it cool? Because it's in fuego here right now. I live at the bottom of the map. I do. I live at the bottom of the map. Almost at the bottom of the map. Is there really anything in California north of Sacramento? Okay, because I'm a California aficionado. Once you get outside of good old Dunnigan, California, you are officially out in the sticks. Fight me. Fight me. Once you get outside of Dunnigan, California, you're out in the middle of nowhere. I am sweating my face off right now. Gerpla. Crescent City, beautiful. Beautiful. The new vest does look. Thank you. Thank you. I can't wait to rock that thing. You don't live on the map. You live in that box where they explain all that. My box is at the bottom of the map and it tells me where everything else is. I'm not going to get flat earther with my iPhone. I promise. I promise I'm not getting flat earther with my iPhone. I promise. Speaking of which, iPhone maps, I'm done with you. I've gone back to Thomas guides. I'm done. I'm gonna wear big hats and pull out my maps like a pirate. I am so done. I met my boyfriend for the first time. Awesome. I hope you had a really good time. Awesome. Good. We need success stories around here. I'm like flopping my mouse around like you can see it. We need success stories around here. That's awesome. That's awesome. You're close to falling off the map. Californians we fell off the map a long time ago. A long time ago. Yay, Sydney. Yay. I'm so happy for you. Especially with everything that's been going on lately. We need we need love around here. And I may be a Klingon, but we need some love here in the House of Sewing. Because it's hot, I'm sweaty, I'm griping about the weather, but you know what, in the end we need stuff to smile about because life's too short to be whining about the weather, even though I reserve the right to whine about the weather at all times. Do people know how to use Thomas Guide? I go off on maps. I'll show you where you are on a map. It's because I learned on old school maps. I never used Thomas Guides. Oh, no worries, Sydney. I'm so happy for you. I'm so happy for you. I keep my Raminelli Road Atlas around. Never use Thomas Guides. I'm biased because I grew up around a paranoid Vietnam vet, so there was a Thomas Guide in every vehicle. I don't have a success story with my alteration. Dang it, I will next week. Hey, that's what we're here for, Butterfly. Not all the wins. We're here for the losses as well. Do you know what's really funny? I've been cleaning out my closet because I've been hanging out in my house more. And I'm going to start going through all my mistakes because there's a lot of stuff like when I first started making things, there was a lot of mistakes that I just walked right past because you can't see them on YouTube. And if you look at my early videos, if I made a bunch of mistakes on a garment, I would just stand way back on the camera. Like, oh, this looks good from far away. My sandwich is ready. Do using a drop hammer or any machines while I'm gone. I promise. I promise. These past 2 years have been. I completely understand. We used. Awesome. Awesome. I have I have AAA maps too. I'm a hoarder, so I collect maps because I love it when there's off streets and stuff like that. Hey, Skids, how's it going?
Good. How's my audio? Okay, I hope.
You sound great.
Thank you. Fantastic.
Perfect.
How are things, sir?
Hot. You know it's
Yeah.
funny. Putting a sewing room in a garage is poor planning because of the summer. During the winter, I'm all cozy and all perfect in here, but during the summer, I'm like, I am baking in here. My little man's birthday present is a freight depot waiting. Oh, is that the freight depot? Wait, he's getting an electric dune buggy for a second. Oh, that's so awesome, Mark.
I forget the comedian who says it, but I got the solution to sweatshops: air conditioning.
You know, you laugh, but if you ever wear American apparel, that's literally what they did. In downtown LA, they said they were getting rid of sweatshops. They just made it in workable conditions. That's one of the few good things about Walmart. They still carry actual road maps. Yep. I usually just get one of those free ones. Yes. Do you know what's really funny? In California, they have information centers at all of our borders. You can get free maps. Yay. You decided to actually show it.
Oh,
Yay.
hi, Sydney. Yeah, I had to make sure I got my. So I order a milkshake and a banana split. I get a phone call like, they're out of bananas. You still want it? So what is a banana split without a banana?
Oh my God. See, that's what happens. We compromise. We keep on compromising. People call me a Karen, but sometimes you just want your effing banana. You can quote me on that. It's the details that drive. This is why I go to the store. It's the details that drive me crazy. Oh, that's funny. I would have gone Karen and been like, no, you ruined my life. You just ruined my life. Thank you for ruining my life. I
hate
that.
you.
I said that. Man, if they ever play my greatest hits on Apple, I'm done. I'll cancel myself for the things I've said to the people that work on the Apple helpline. I've said awful things. I'm like, they'll ask me a question. I'm like, shouldn't you know that? You work there.
Okay, butterfly. Hilarious.
Suggestions on where to get a cool big one. They used to have all kinds. You know, it's funny. We used to have malls where you could actually go buy affordable things, but now you might just have to go online and look for those things. Oh, whoops. Maybe you need one of those elaborate coolers for the garage. Okay, so I'm looking at it like you guys can see it. Because my predecessor was crazy, there is an actual air conditioner. And I'm not kidding you. If you live in Southern California, you live close to me, I'll give it to you. It pulls too much power and I don't want to pay the light bill. When I have it, I have an air conditioner in my house. This room is not it's a garage. So it's got crummy ventilation. You know what I'm saying? So I put an air conditioner in here and I'm cooling a giant room. That's already 150 degrees, you know, it's pointless. My pops was an original human. Like, I can't take the heat. I'm not built for it, dude. Like, I am not built. But I'm not kidding. If anyone lives any closer, I was thinking about those weird things they show on YouTube, those ozone cooler things. But part of me is like, isn't that just cheap crap they sell online?
I mean, if the physics is sound, but yeah.
And don't get me wrong, like, I'm all about cheap stuff. But that's more.
You don't use your buttons far enough.
No, I troll my neighbors. I have 4 JBLs. I literally have had Isaiah sit here and hit the buttons. I can hear this 3 houses down.
Well, I don't feel bad for some of your neighbors.
I've completely split my name. Where did you get that milkshake? Oh, that reminds me of something that I'm going to show a picture of. I'm interested in hearing about all that fast food places.
Baskin Robbins.
I worked at a Togo's Baskin Robbins. Good old California. Enzo is obsessed with anything with a motor. He's been pushing everything around. Oh, that's so awesome. I bought my son a Jeep and now he wants to drive my car. No, like a kitty Jeep. And then my ex-wife bought him a truck, like a kitty truck. And the funny
I'm trying to
thing
picture your son behind like
we sold them both. Like she's like, oh, he's too old, and I'm like, all right, here, take the other one, sell them both,
Yeah, when my kiddo was small, I got one of those like electric Ford F-150s.
Heck yeah.
Yeah, that was bad. I never had one when I was a kid. I was, the people had like the little electric ones, and I'm like, oh, those are so cool. Yeah, they were cool.
I had hand-me-down everything because I had so many brothers. Even my big wheel, I think, had a refurbished wheel that my pop fashioned. I'm not kidding. I had freaking refurbished but I was the youngest, which actually worked out when I was in the GI Joes. I'll never forget. This is so sad. I'll never forget the day all the neighborhood kids gave me all their GI Joes. I was 5 years younger than everybody. And so I had like the base, I had the aircraft carrier, the jet. Like I was in GI Joe heaven as a kid. I'm so old. They were all pedal. I miss that. My grandma used to talk trash to my grandpa. She'd sit at the sewing machine just talking trash to him. Those are the good old days.
The good old days.
It is so freaking I'm trying not to gripe about the weather because the winter was so awful. Let's see. Oh, today's World Day for International Justice. I'm looking at you, all those people in Australia that get arrested in Bali. Respect the laws, kids. Respect all those people who get arrested in Tijuana. You knew what you were getting into.
You didn't bring enough bribe money. That's on you.
That's real, Skids. You know that's real. Like that's real. See,
I've never been there. I've heard stories, but
I don't know about Bali, but like that's real. That's real. It actually happened to me in Tijuana, so they do not play. Oh, okay. So you're gonna either cry or you're gonna laugh. I finally had to retire this from my truck. You're gonna laugh when you see it.
Oh God,
it's shade.
So cheesy.
This is literally from before when I was in elementary school. I've been using it. My pops threw it in the trash, and I took it out the trash. And I've had it in my truck. This thing is older than me. I finally got a new one.
Nice.
My truck will no longer have sunglasses. I'm kind of mad at it though, because everyone's like, oh, I can't believe they still have those. And I'm like, they don't. Mine's just ancient.
It's a collector.
It's ratty. I remember that thing from when I was like a little kid. It's been in 3 different trucks. Didn't even fit in my truck. I had to bend the middle to get it under the rearview mirror. Thank you, Butterfly. Thank you. Exactly. It is today's National Lottery Day and National Get Out of the Doghouse Day. Okay, so when I was reading these, get out of the doghouse literally means do not piss off your significant other day. that is like just like
Shouldn't that be every day? Like
this is literally me at 3:30 in the morning, like saying the exact same thing what you just said right now. Total Miami Vice, Alibaba.
Right.
It's total. It's from that era though. That's how old. Like, I don't claim to be young, but I remember when I was like, I remember watching Miami Vice. I remember like these shows on television. That's why I still to this day cannot wear a jacket with just a shirt because it reminds me of that era.
But you don't have like a members only jacket, like.
I do just because in the collection, but it reminds me too much of like the adults, like the old school adults, A members only jacket is what you wear when you pick your son up from jail. A members only jacket is where you wear to like testify at the courthouse, like, no, officer, I saw him over there. Not a fan. It just reminds me too much. I have a pedal car when I was a kid. That's what my Power Wheel, same thing, man. See, these people nowadays, like, people are my kid had a fleet of cars and I literally had a bike and something you had to push. Do you think we spoil kids too much though, or are we just like treating them better as they should be? You still there, Skids?
There we go.
No, you wear a black suit and black sunglasses when you pick somebody up from jail.
Got a full tank of gas, a half a pack of cigarettes. I'm wearing sunglasses, and it's dark outside. Let's roll. Great movie.
I am all about hammer pants. You know what's so funny? I recently went to my local Walmart because they're the only place I know that has the America print that I want. I'm gonna make America print hammer pants. Like in Napoleon Dynamite.
America.
Speaking of which, Skits, since you're a professional jumper, how come it's illegal for me to make my own parachute and jump out of a plane?
Because you'll die.
What if I like go work at the factory for a year and learn how to professionally make them?
I mean, you'll still probably die.
I did research, man. TJ, they'll let me do it in TJ. I called.
I don't doubt that. So let's you jerk off a mule. I apologize.
The guy was like, I told him, because this whole conversation is in Spanish, and he kind of paused, and then he's like, come on down, we'll figure it out. If you pay me, you can jump out of a plane with your own parachute. And I was like, ooh, my own red flag started saying, well, you got what you wanted. You got your answer.
Is it the answer you really wanted, though? I mean, it is interesting though, like because when I was a parachutist in the Army, the riggers did it. We didn't do our own shoots at all.
Mhm.
That was just kind of a thing. But if a parachute did get damaged, they were repaired, right? And sometimes they get a hole in them, God forbid, and they would patch them up. But there was always a color that they would never use. Because it could be essentially any color they wanted to, but they said they would never use blue.
Oh,
Because if you looked up and saw blue, that means you pulled your fucking reserve.
literally taking notes. Excuse me, sir. Do not use blue material. Literally taking notes. I agree. Kids are spoiled nowadays.
Sorry, I don't know how my
I
audio
suggest
levels
you
are.
make a parachute for your GI Joe. That's not a bad idea. How about for the Green Ranger?
We had toys like that as kids. I always thought it encouraged kids to like climb onto the roof so you could jump them off.
For anyone interested, they still make those parachute dudes that you like that were bunched and you just throw them. They still make them. When Isaiah was younger, he was obsessed with the Army guys. The old school plastic ones. So we had tons of those. I missed those days. Now he's just cynical. He got banned on his Oculus for 4 days. And he wouldn't tell me why.
Oh, like a ban, not from you, but from Oculus?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. And he has a lifetime ban on the PlayStation Network.
Jesus Christ.
They have a moral clause. PlayStation has a moral clause. And people have complained. They're like, hey, okay, give me back the $5,000 I've spent on Fortnite in the past, 6 years, Like,
For real.
You want to cut ties? Give me all that money I spent on Fortnite, Mortal Kombat, Red Dead Redemption. Like, the list goes on, I definitely didn't get no $800 birthday present when I was a kid. I tell this story all the time. My dad was like, "You want a car?" I was like, "Yeah." He took me in the car and he drove me down to Robinson's May and made me get a job. And I worked on the dock for years until I got my car. Years.
Nice.
People have been saying that kids are spoiled and disrespectful at least since Plato's time. I agree. I think it's just one of those things that people say to make themselves feel better. I agree. Yes, for
And
the Green Ranger.
Yeah, like every generation hates the previous generation's music. Everyone's, like, oh, they dressed crazy, or the
My
and vice versa.
parents, I'll never forget. There's a Warren G song where they say the N-word every other sentence and they're rapping back and forth. It's him and this other guy. I'll never forget. My mom walked in my room. She's like, "Where is that coming from?" She grabbed kids. We had these things called tapes. She grabbed my tape and snapped it in half because she was so mad at Warren G. Different times. Different times.
Man,
Hannah loved 80s music. I still listen to 80s music. It's part of my my playlists are so confusing because it goes from like gangster rap to Flock of Seagulls to like country music.
like I was literally like looking at my playlist today, going, "Wow, I started by listening to country music. Somehow I ended up with Usher, and now I'm listening to freaking sea shanties. What the hell happened?"
Do you know what's funny, Sydney? Like there are certain songs that make me cry. Like there's certain Queen songs I can't listen to and Whitney Houston songs that'll make me cry. Like big time.
Oh yeah.
And We Are the Champions because I was always on second place teams. So it reminds me of high school football. We lost every year. And we'd have to sit there and watch these idiots freaking rock out to We Are the Champions as we walked off the field literally with our helmets in our hands.
We are not the champions.
That's my next patch is permanent second place. Hey, if you're out there, don't force your kids to play high school sports if they don't want to. I've always liked music of many types, from very old to last gen. Yeah, exactly.
Exactly. I still, listen to Johann Sebastian Bach and Mozart, and my father raised me on classical and and contemporary music.
Do you know what's so funny? I feel the same way that Mark does. Like Mark said, I grew up in the 80s, so I can't rubbish the way kids dress today. The 80s were weird. I dressed like a Christmas tree, and from 1989 to like 1993 until Kurt Cobain became popular, I dressed like a bag of Skittles. Like, you think I'm playing? Like, it's not just something I say in my videos. I get it. So that's why I don't talk trash. I will say though, I was offended when Bruno Mars was wearing the same jacket I wore in the 6th grade. And they were trying to bring cross colors back. Do you remember cross colors? It was like an American brand. They had everything was jeans. It was more geared, like it was the 1990s look of like bright green jeans with a big baggy shirt with the Kente print, It was total 90s.
Kente print, oh god.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, man. That brings me back. There'll be a sad song that'll make you cry. Love songs. Yeah. Oh yeah. That's how you know you still feel something.
So speaking of songs, I'm gonna be tomorrow. Will be at a Disturbed concert. Yay!
Sounds like something is grinding. I'll wait for Professor Alibaba, but did you over oil it? Oh. And when I say that, and I say that because I over oil everything. I start there because it really gets the process going. And I'm not kidding you. I call it soaking. Do not get excited, Mormons. Do not get excited. I literally call it soaking because I soak it in oil overnight and then it fires up every time. It's this weird trick.
It's soaking. Oh my god.
That's what I call it because that's really what it is. Let's be real. That's what it's soaking, but I'm soaking it with oil. I grew up around Mormons, so I know way more than I should.
That's hilarious.
It's what it is. I love the English language sometimes.
Grab my banana split. Eat that person. Ruin my night.
You know what they say, if you wore it there for first time, you shouldn't wear it the second. But mostly that is the motor, I guess. You know what's really funny? I was hearing a clack in that. That's why I cleaned this thing out. Let's fire up and see what she sounds like. Oh yeah, she's 10 times more clean. Why do we anthropomorphize everything and say she? I'll never understand that. Oh man, Hans is enjoying his break, so he's not coming and checking on me tonight. Mr. Hands is definitely not checking on me tonight because he's got his Oculus back.
Wait, who's got a voice? I got a voice. No.
The motor comes off and you can see the gear. Did you grease that? Oh, Alibaba, I didn't think of that. That's why your knowledge is priceless. Because I'm like, you take this what's it off and it works. You do this and this whatchamacallit, you do this and you spray WD-40 and you kick it twice and it works. And don't put Gojo on things. I learned the hard way.
Oh, the shirt guy. Oh yeah.
You know why? I love watching Appalachian Americans. They make moonshine. They now grow pot and I love. Do you know what's so funny? There's a bunch of shirts that I've always wanted to order online. That's one of them. I freaking love that shirt. Oh my goodness, your shirt. I love that shirt. There's a hockey shirt that I have that caused quite a stir online. It said, education is important, but hockey is more important. No, hockey is importanter. But they were trying to say, like, because there's a stereotype that hockey players are dumb. But so many people complained online that they changed the shirt. But I have one of the original importanter shirts.
Nice.
Where it's just complete improper English.
I love it.
Some people can't take a joke anymore, you know. People would walk up to me, especially like when we were skating, they'd be like, I don't get your sweatshirt.
You might think it's more important than
People are funny that way. Too much oil wouldn't make it grind. That's true. Yes, he does, Waternay. Ooh, they're having a conversation about you, Skid. Should try greasing those gears, Butterfly.
No.
Over oiling was. I am oil can sewing. Over old man oil can sewing. I do over oil.
So when you're like a hobo in your future life, we could just call you Oil Can.
I got the clothes. I got the whole outfit ready. I was planning on being a wino, but I quit drinking years ago. So
old boxcar sewer over there.
Hey, and you don't even need a motor with a pedal machine. I'll put wheels on it and drive it like a car. Put a seat on it and magically pop. I think I just invented something. Patent pending. I do get that bored at work sometimes, but because like, you know, when you're the owner's child, you have to maintain a certain era of yourself, you know. So I don't act like a complete ass at work, basically, is what it is. So I promised my boss I wouldn't make any like experiments up there or anything that explodes loud enough so she'll hear it in her office. I will do both those things. Thanks, Alibaba. Awesome. California Oil Can. There was an old baseball player called Oil Can Boyd back in the 80s when players played for like 30 years. Back when you could be chubby. Do you remember John Kruk in the 90s? A lot of the 90s baseball players were like, they had dad bods because they weren't on steroids. They were real people, you know? I miss that era of like actual like real humans playing baseball.
Right? You like take a look at like Babe Ruth, right? The most notorious, you know, like that was a fat motherfucker.
Yep. Smoke cigars, literally drinking in the dugout, you know.
Punched umpires.
Yeah.
Like, he didn't like the call. He just fucking went up there and decked him.
You go to jail now. They treat umps like gold. You go to jail, especially if you did on live TV. Oh my god.
Oh my god.
They'd put you under the jail for that one. And for anyone who's just tuned in and you're wondering why I'm not wearing a vest, it's a little too hot for all that godless sewing sexiness. I apologize. I'll throw a vest on later when the heat goes down. Oh man, when you don't have hair to protect you, sweat literally like my eyebrows are my last line of defense, and they're thick, but they're not that thick. Oh,
my
man.
hairline is running away from me a little bit, though. Good God.
Bro. Literally, like I have an M on my head, like back here somewhere.
Diet green, crusted clown it. Yeah.
I went through a phase, and you know it's funny. A lot of it was for a girl too. I met.
Isn't it always?
My mom still makes fun of me. She's like, "You gonna dye your eyebrows blonde, Dennis Rodman?" She still makes fun of me for dyeing my hair blonde. I looked crazy.
God. When I bleached my hair, and by the way, it was the full Madonna bleach all the way down, right?
Okay.
But it also did my eyebrows.
Oh,
Such a mistake. Oh my God. I looked so silly until it was like long enough I could just kind of buzz it a little bit and make it so it was just the tips.
yeah. How long?
Just the tip.
How long did it take for your eyebrows to grow back?
Oh my God. For the longest time, I kept on doing this because I was like hoping it would start coming out faster. But it took a while. It took a month or two. Like it was bad.
And I say that because when I was in junior high, I tried to shave. Do you know how people put lines in their eyebrows?
Mm-hmm.
They'll literally, I tried to do it with a pair of hair clippers and I took off half my left brow. It took forever. It took almost half of 7th grade for it to grow back.
Oh no.
I'll never forget. My mom looked at me. She's like, "You made that dumb mistake. You got to live with it. Wear a hat." And she literally bent the brow, put it over my head, and was like, "You got to go to school, bro. You got to go to school." That's back when you could wear hats at school, kids.
Right.
Really quickly, Oh, I agree with Mark Short. I over oil everything, but I will move on because that was a minute ago. I throw oil on everything. I want ball
everything, huh?
to start using tons of roids again. I want to see a Lenny Dykstra. Lenny Dykstra was an effing legend. See, but he got puppy too because he would cycle off and on. Sammy Sosa and Mark McGuire were the ones who got bodybuilder. Like, still to this day, I was in Arizona when Mark McGuire broke the glass when he hit a ball so far. I was in Dodger Stadium when Sammy Sosa hit a baseball. I had never seen a baseball go in the parking lot. He was on Roy. He was literally had superhuman strength.
And then good old Jose Canseco and
Jose Canseco's a sad story. I've seen him in real life. He'll hang out with you. He would smoke a bowl with you.
I would smoke a bowl with Jose Canseco. He's bad. I mean, he's crazy.
I'll tell you, you would not want to get in a fight with him.
Oh, he's a big boy.
Monster. He's so. I've seen him in real life. He's way bigger than I thought.
Then again, he also had a home run bounce off his head, so that was hilarious.
You know what's really funny? He was in a softball league out here, and like there was a challenge. Everybody was like, "Oh, you think you're tough? Go say something dumb to Canseco." Nobody would. And I'm talking about like hardened criminals. Like nobody would say anything to Canseco.
Can you imagine pitching to Jose Canseco? Like, oh, he's going to kill me. I think it's going to come back and it's going to kill me.
That man would hit a softball so hard that the center fielder would stand there like this. Like, I'm not getting that. Nope. We are in a freaking city league. I am not walking 600 feet to go get that freaking ball.
Doesn't even look over his shoulders. Like, I know that's gone.
We're going to go to buy new wicks for a featherweight. I just checked in the darn place. That is something that I would Amazon, but you got to be careful who the seller is. You could have redyed your brows or used the eyebrow pencil. That is true.
Hindsight.
There's a few states that I'm like that, Gilroy. If you see me there, I've been kidnapped. But I lived in Arizona and they've become a full, like they've lost their brains. And I loved that place.
I'll be in Arizona next week.
They've become a full, they've lost their damn mind. Fake bodies put me off. I'm the same way. Sammy was a good player. Sosa,
yeah.
I I'm 50-50. Like I'm pro plastic surgery. Like if you want to do anything to yourself, like go ahead. At least in America, you can do anything you want to yourself, you know? But I don't know where that line is because I don't want to tell somebody like people get calf implants. I think it's weird. It's not my thing though. And like if you want your legs to be buff, go to the Goodwill and buy rollerblades. Your legs will get buff just from going around the block.
I've never been rollerblading in my life.
I Skits knows this, pre-election and pre-COVID, I was gonna move. And then after the election, I was like, well, I now need to really think about where I'm gonna move to. Because I wanted to move outside of California, but part of me wants to move to like unincorporated California, like one of those no-name cities you've never heard of.
A lot of those up here.
Sydney, I've been to Mississippi. The scary thing is that everybody's overtly nice to you, and they have one of the highest murder rates in America. It's really weird. It's really funny you'd say that, Sydney, because I've been looking up like highest crime rates in America. Mississippi, Louisiana, Florida. Every time I get online with someone in Florida, they scream freedom. Bro, you don't even leave your house. You do not leave your house, bro. I know you don't.
Slab City. Yeah.
I'm gonna go grab something to drink real quick because young Mr. Sewing really hasn't come out here to check on me. But I'm gonna leave it on that for a second. Have you heard of Slab City?
I have. Very Slab City is an interesting idea. Interesting concept. And I mean, if you like extremely hot quasi-lawless areas that don't have any incorporation or amenities that I speak of, cool. But no, I mean, I've heard that for the most part, it's a great place. They govern themselves. They have their own quote unquote laws. Presuming this is the right place I'm thinking of. Yeah, I think they have some very interesting art that gets put up because, you know, they have presumably a lot of free time there. But yeah, I like the idea. I mean, it's essentially a commune, right? A little communism going down, a lot of intertrading and things like that. But yeah, I think it's neat. Alabama is soup. Delicious. Alabama soup. Texas is nice and warm. I will be in Texas next year. I plan on going to for the big eclipse.
Oh man, I had to run out and check on the kid. You know, parasocial relationships are so weird. He has like an army of friends on the Oculus. When I was a kid during the summer, we would play like kick the can and beg to spend the night at each other's houses. Alabama is soup.
Yeah, right? Sounds delicious.
Sorry, nobody wants to hear my Pepsi burp. Drew sometimes has an issue with something, but when people go on rays to start implanting things, it's too much. I know what you're saying. No, I'm not. I don't know. Like, I'm anti-body shaming, but I'm a total prude. I don't have tattoos. Today's National Tattoo Day, too, by the way, if anyone has tattoos. It was my hardcore Catholic upbringing of like every Sunday being told for 17 years to not let something touch your body. It worked. Propaganda worked. I worked at a tattoo shop too. The funny thing, for years I was a piercer. Yeah, honestly, on Hollywood Boulevard, like all the tattoo artists are like ex-cons with certs. And I was a piercer. They sent me to school and everything, like an actual professional school to learn how to pierce.
Did you have any piercings?
No, I've had my nose pierced 3 times. On both sides. I had the Tupac and the I'm going to Pride this year. I've had my ear pierced twice, but it was never my thing. I have really sensitive skin. And like, unless it's like, I'm not even saying this to be bougie, but unless it's gold or silver, I can't wear it. And I'm not a jewelry guy.
Oh yeah,
And
what,
then
did you get like an allergic reaction?
everywhere except for my nose, I wanted the Tupac. I had the Tupac piercing forever. Excuse me, forever. But like, I kind of grew out of that. And because I smoked, I rotted out this side of my teeth. Having metal near my, like, in my, I don't know, just having metal in my nose. Like, I almost got the Monroe. I'm so glad I didn't because my ex-wife got it.
Oh no.
Right? Hey, if your friend, so now the list is growing. If your friend cuts their hair short, check on them because they're not healthy. They're not okay. And if your friend,
The pixie cut.
oh, the pixie cut, you're hurting. And if your friend gets a Monroe piercing, they're hurting. They're going through a midlife crisis. You need to check on that human.
Give him a hug.
A big one. I'll probably never get tattoos. I never understood them. I just, it's same, but I try not to push. I have 6 tattoos. Like, there's mass people in my family that are tatted up. Like my brother, his whole family's tatted up. It's just not my thing. It's because I have super weird skin. Like, I break out, so I don't know. These are the excuses. And plus, I'll tell you, I'm too ADD to sit on a table. I want something elaborate, but I'm too ADD to sit there. I don't like the premises of tattoos.
Permanence.
The permanence. Thank you. I was about to go off about something else. Yeah. I'm so glad you said that, Waternay, because I almost got Trust No B tattooed across my back 23 years ago. And I'm so glad all those cholos at the tattoo shop were like, nah, man, you won't feel like this. They're covered in tattoos, have face tattoos. They were telling me, like, bro, you won't feel like this when you're older. And I don't. I'm so glad I didn't get I tried to get a hand tattoo and they wouldn't do it too. And I'm glad.
When I was in the Army, I had a bunch of friends, and don't judge me, but I listened to a lot of Insane Clown Posse at the time. And, we kind of, consider, juggalos, if you will, but, we didn't do the face paint or running around with hatchets, but we were, anyway, we all were going to get the Hatchet Man tattoo.
Oh, yeah.
With, psychopathic family across it, and we're going to put our names around it. We decided not to get it, or it was just never, kind of resolved. Well, when I became a correctional officer, anybody who came in with a Hatchet Man tattoo, we had to label as a gang member.
What?
Yep, they considered the Juggalos a gang, and so they got labeled as a gang member in the prison system.
Do you know what's funny? I would just consider a Juggalo a low-protein human, and I would give them a Pedialyte and a hug. I'm kidding. I've been to IC.
It was a phase.
I've seen ICP twice. I've seen Fish. I don't judge. They put on a good show, but their fans are dedicated. They are like Trekkies.
I had all the Joker's cards posters on my wall. I had Psycho, and this is my wall in the barracks. So
did you drink Faygo or whatever that stuff's called?
Yeah, when I could get it. I had a buddy who was from Michigan, and he was one that actually introduced me to it. But yeah, when we went there, we would stockpile up. But yeah, it wasn't great soda.
How many tattoos do you have, Sydney? You said you had 6 and they're in Hebrew. See, that's different. When they have meaning, that's important. Like, I knew a guy who was from San Francisco, and he had a giant crab. On his back was the Golden Gate Bridge with a giant crab on top of the bridge. He could never explain his tattoo. Never. He could never explain his tattoo. I liked raspberry Faygo. I'm trying to think, last time I had it, because I like any kind of fizzy drink. Dude, come on. I literally have blue Gatorade here. Like, come on. Like, I'm not judging anyone, you know? Because people, like, where I'm from, people judge people that are in ICP, and I'm like, why? It's to me, it's a class issue too.
Yeah.
Now I have Dave Matthews Band stuck in my head. That is one show. And Blues Traveler. Okay, I know they probably don't perform. This hat is just floppy. I know they probably don't perform anymore, but Blues Traveler would put on a freaking show. The blue can one. I drank Faygo all the time growing up because the discount food store my dad liked going to always had tons of Faygo, and they priced it super cheap to move it. You know, it's funny. I'm gonna start going to Aldi because I feel like I'm being ripped off at the grocery store.
Aldi?
Yeah, we have they put an Aldi in my town and it's cheaper. It's just basically a co-op grocery store where like you have to bag your own groceries. Like it's a hippie food for less.
Okay.
But I'm gonna try it out this week because I spent the same stuff that I spent $200 on. I spent $350 on.
Oh my god! Right? Yeah.
I'm like, something has to be done, dude. Like, I can't do this every freaking 2 weeks. Like, that's crazy. And my son and I, we go shopping. Like, and our days vary. Like, we might go once a week, or we might go once every 2 weeks. And when we go every 2 weeks, I'm spending a gang of money.
Oh, for real? Yeah.
Because now
Like,
I need everything.
Yeah, I just went on a shopping trip. It was like, oh, just a standard, every couple of weeks shopping trip, and it's just it was like $300, $350. I'm like, what the frack,
It's crazy. I don't even go crazy at Walmart like I used to. I would caution being careful of the meaning, though. A friend of mine got giant tombstones. I will encourage a more positive memory of something. That's my thing. Like, that is true. It's just all these is awesome. I can't wait. Waternate, if it wasn't for typos, then people wouldn't even know who Godless Sewing was. I gotta string this thing. For the amount of embarrassing typos that I put. I can't remember what I was trying to interpret, but there was one time I can't remember, but it came out and it said, I'm a homosexual. So for the next 2 weeks, every time I was in this one chat, everyone's like, hi, homosexual. Hi, how are you? So you got to be careful with those typos because they'll come at you.
They will find you.
I had to take my glasses off for this one. Well, I can't see far away, but I can see very well close up. Which comes that's where my arrogance comes from. When you see me lean in, like I'm serious, Waternay. Like I am the king of typos. All right, let's see how this thing fires now that I defluffed my sewing machine. Let me look at my notes. That guy was a goober. I completely forgot what day it was. Skits, do you know what day it is today?
The 17th of July? No.
Today is World Emoji Day.
Is it? Oh.
And as somebody who is all about having cheesy stuff, happy World Emoji Day. Oh, hold on. Let me hold this one up first. This has a speaker in it. I used to carry this traveling, but then people judged me, so I don't carry it anymore.
It looks like something you could make.
You could make both of these. These are I have a 99-cent store edition, but this is an emoji pillow. It's the happiest piece of poo you've ever seen in your life. So happy emoji.
Oh.
Happy Emoji Day.
Happy emoji.
Poo pillow for everybody. I'm like Oprah. Poo pillow for you. Poo pillow for you.
Everybody gets a poo pillow.
You're gonna quote me on this, but I have poo sheets too. I have sheets with
Should wash those.
I recently just moved around a bunch of stuff, so I bet you I moved my poo sheets. Because I ordered them, and every person who ever came over to my house looked in my bed and was like, "Really? Do we need to have a talk?" I think this is not growing up.
Is this the godless equivalent of getting a pixie cut?
No, my Amazon habit is the equivalent of getting a pixie cut. Cry for help. Oh my god. I checked recently, like I ordered a bunch of patches in the middle of the night like a crazy person. So the house of stowing will be stacked after the 24th. In my defense, I'm typing one-handed while eating a sandwich. I do that. I'm dead to rights though with my left. With my right, I make mistakes. Do you ever feel though? I feel like such a goober. I think I'm getting carpal tunnel in my thumbs. I think I am. Like I do. There's no excuse. Now I'm gonna man up. There's no excuse. I think I'm getting carpal tunnel in my thumbs.
You're gonna be that guy that's like screaming into the phone now instead of typing.
No, I learned a long time ago. Machines have no feelings. That a-hole at the Apple store was right. Because I walked in and was about to chuck it across the room, and he's like, "Your computer won't feel anything." I'm like, "But it'll make me feel better. Stop talking." So, has there been anything crazy in the world of drama, or is it all quiet on the Western Front?
It's not too bad, just getting stuff ready. I just had going to, not this week here coming up, but the next week I'll be up there down in Arizona for a bit and gonna be roasting my butt off.
Seriously, hydrate. The temperatures are unreal this time of year.
Yeah, I guarantee that's why the government decided to send us there during this time of the year. It's like, okay, it's got to be cheap. No human will want to be there during this time of the year.
Do you know, I loved living in Arizona, but unless you have tons of money, it is hell on earth. Because imagine, like, you can't leave the house until like you go to work or whatever, your work has air conditioning, but when you come home, you can't leave the house till the sun goes down. Like, Arizona functions late at night because a lot of people, like, it comes alive at 9:00 at night, I miss that place. I miss that place.
I don't plan on leaving the hotel too much.
What is that? A Rushi? Yeah, we chopped that. Sorry, I chopped that so bad. I chopped that so fast.
So, next year, I think it's in March, April. There's going to be a huge eclipse slicing through America. And some places down in southern Texas, it'll have like 8 minutes of totality. It's going to be a total eclipse. It's going to be amazing.
Oh, wow.
Trying to get down to some of the places in southern Texas where it has the longest totality. Bring the friend and the kiddo, and I think it's like over 8 minutes of complete and utter totality. It's going to be absolutely amazing. Like it's the biggest one, the longest one that's hit through the United States in quite a while.
Can I show up playing some Pink Floyd through the 8 minutes?
Absolutely.
Someone did that during the Venus transit. My neighbor has a telescope that is literally my height, and he put a filter on it, and it was kind of an experience. Rocking out to watching it go in front of the sun. It was quite an experience.
Yeah, it really, really is, and it's something that, like, especially with totalities this long, it's almost the one once in a lifetime kind of thing. Especially if you don't want to travel crazy places.
It's kind of like Hale Bop. Do you remember Hale Bop?
Yeah,
I feel fortunate to being able to see something so beautiful just with the plain eye.
Yeah.
but it will never be around in our lifetime, you know.
Yeah, yeah, it's yeah, that's literally, once, maybe twice in a lifetime, depending on yeah.
I have a book on Halley's Comet, and they have mapped out all the times that it's actually shown or going to show, and it will not be in my lifetime, you know.
Oh yeah, yeah.
That's why they still think that during the birth of Christ or the story, they think that everyone was talking about Halley's Comet,
Was that
the North Star.
the North Star? Yeah, yeah.
Because the same thing with Hale Bopp, it was this big green blob in the sky that didn't go away for a while. It wasn't there, and then it was, you know. And the reason I say that is because I'm in my early 40s, and I was watching a show, from gosh, let's look it up. It's called Home to Roost. It's a show from the UK, but they were talking about Halley's Comet, and I'm like, oh, I was probably a baby or not born. Come on. 1985 was the first episode, so I was born. I was alive during Halley's Comet, but I don't remember it.
Yeah. I was 2. Oh.
So it will not be coming through in my lifetime. Again. Oh, that's so funny. Yeah, I was a goober. I was literally a goober. It's funny that way. So, Skits, I didn't get to ask you, how do you feel about selling out? If someone paid you, let's say someone paid you millions and millions of dollars, would you start campaigning for the Wounded Warrior Project, even though they've ripped people off?
Ooh. That.
And let's say the Wounded Warrior Project came to you with a freaking envelope, not an envelope, with a briefcase, just stacked, couple briefcase, and they're like, "We need you to be our chief propagandist."
Gosh, no. I don't think I could. Gosh, I don't think I could sell out. I don't think I could do. I mean, I mean, I know I could do it. Where's my hat? I have one of his hats around here. Yeah. I mean, I know I could physically do it, and I could take the money, but I don't know if I could live with myself doing
I'll tell
it,
you, like, I agree. Like, I'll tell you, I would never play a slave in television. Like, if you offered me a role, you'd never see me playing a butler or a maid, like, you know. So there is a line.
Yeah.
You know. I don't know. Beetlejuice is supposed to go supernova sometime in the next few decades. So depending on how old or lucky you are, you might be able to see a star go supernova. Hey, Neil deGrasse Tyson said the next immortal person could be born within our lifetime. So we all might be seeing it.
Word.
Or, you know, Star Trek style, where they figured out a way to live past 80. They all live to be 200 something.
You mean back in the biblical times when people were like 800 years old?
You don't even want to know my answer for that is. I think they just didn't know how to count.
That's pretty much it.
Oh, you look old. You're 500.
Oh.
Like, oh, you. I'm putting a new battery in an iPhone. I now know why iPhones are so expensive. They use 5 pounds of glue. They do, because they don't want you to. They're made to not be taken apart. Also,
planned obsolescence. Yeah,
especially the new ones. They're so thin. They're so thin. I hope I get to see that, Gilroy. We throw around the term selling out. It's interesting to discuss what it really means. Exactly. Like, I couldn't play a slave, or like you couldn't get me to play a Caribbean character. Like, there's this one show I used to watch in Spanish. It was called Prisionera, and it was in a certain it was set in the Caribbean, but all the black people played slaves. And I was like, you couldn't pay me enough. And I literally watched that show for like 8 years. Offended. But like, you couldn't pay me enough to do that, you know? I feel like I'm 800 years old sometimes. I do too. But where is that line? Like, would you sell it to something you're not in? Like, okay, if you're not into motocross, what if Suzuki came and paid you a bunch of money to sponsor a motocross thing? Would you become a Suzuki spokesperson?
Sure, why not?
Everyone hates Suzuki, by the way, in the motocross.
Oh, I have no idea. I have no
That's why I
idea.
said it. The EU just passed a law that in 2027, all products must have replaceable batteries. Apple is probably gonna have a heart attack. That's what they're doing with those. Man, 5 years from now, we're all gonna be walking around with those stupid goggles on. Mark my words. Mark my words. Oh, excuse me. And I know someone who worked for Apple, and he freaked out on Facebook. But the truth is, those goggles are going to change the game, because right now I'm talking to you on a MacBook Pro and my iPhone right here. I have a tablet. I have another computer. I can literally connect all of that to the goggles. My real question is, what if someone punched me and took my goggles? They now have access to my bank.
Man, do they use any sort of like security, like like retinal scan, or like, because that would be kind of cool.
That would be cool too. But they're supposed to be like they're Oculus size, but they're opaque, so you can see through them. And so they're supposed to incorporate it in real life.
Interesting. So it's like an augmented reality kind of thing,
with the option of being able to see through the goggles and see real life as well.
Yeah, augmented rather than virtual. Yeah.
They sell for, let's see what they sell for. They're constantly trying to sell them to me. Apple. They're like 2 or 3 grand.
Water Nice calling you out.
Okay, so hear me out. Hear me out, Waternay. If it can completely turn me into one of those people in WALL-E, I'll walk around with that on my face. We're headed towards WALL-E anyways. Oh gosh, this freaking I just want to see the price, guy. Come on. Oh, those look so geeky. And because I'm on an iPhone, they're giving me the tutorial. I just want to know the price. It's because like it's the illusion. Like I think I'm sitting up close, so I can kind of see it, but I kind of can't, because it's spatial perception too. Because my computer's further away than like what I let on.
Those I feel like hands all of a sudden.
They're goofy, Sydney. But I guarantee you, 5 years from now, we're all gonna be walking around with goofs with those goggles on our face. I'm not. I thought the iPhone was the dumbest thing in the world. I own 1 million of them now. You know, those goggles seem terrible for situational awareness too. Lots of tunnel vision. Apple goggles are going to cost $3,500 USD.
Yeah, no, thank you.
And they're supposed to replace everything, but they show people driving with them. You know, where we live, that's going to be illegal.
Fucking A, right.
You can't even smoke in a car with a kid. And in Vegas, you can smoke in the car with a kid. I'm kidding. I think it's got to be illegal everywhere. But I live in California. I don't know. I'm ready for the holodeck. Waternay, did you ever watch Lower Decks? Because in Lower Decks, they make Mariner has to clean out the holodeck, and the way they described it made me want to throw up.
All those unsimulated fluids got to go somewhere.
That line still gets me. That with Ranson and the captain, that line still gets me every single time. Like, Thank you, Sydney. Sydney and I are in the same. We're in the same club. I have all Apple stuff as well. I'm a geek, but those glasses are supposed to replace everything. You know me. I'm for antiquated technology. The newer technology scares the hell out of me. What about you, Skits? Are you gonna get the goggles?
No. I I have an HTC Vive. I have the VR set up around here somewhere, and it's fun. But yeah, as I just don't. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, like as what was it Mark that said there, Kilroy? Yeah, the situation you're not gonna be able to wear them. Like situational awareness, your peripheral vision is gonna be shot. You're gonna be playing games. You're gonna be distracted driving, or distracted doing anything, and you're gonna look like a goober. But at the same time, once the technology, I guess, kind of catches up with everything, where it's like wearing a set of glasses or something like that. But even then, the Google glasses didn't take off or the whatever. I don't know. I just don't see it happening.
Forgot about the Google glasses. See, and I'm sitting in a room of nothing but antiquated technology. Like this room is a museum from like 2000 on as far as technology. That's so funny. I forgot about that. We'll see what happens. Overambitious technology. Like people thought the iPhone was that, and now we all have smartphones. So you never know. I forgot about this, Waternate. That person is insane. Okay, I don't know who needs to hear this, but just because something's old doesn't mean it's vintage. And even if it's vintage, doesn't mean it's worth money. I need to find it. I have a camera collection, okay? I have the original Type A Kodak. The original box. It's a black box. I thought it was worth so much money. I kept that thing like it was a museum piece. You can order one on eBay right now for $20. And the original, the actual antique, it's over 100 years old now, Not just because something's antique doesn't mean it's worth money,
Probably spent more than that just toting it around. Like,
I have old 8mm cameras. They're worth more than my Type A Kodak. Good movie too. Is that the Nicolas Cage one where he's the 8mm? Good movie. I didn't see Lower Decks, but I did see an episode of Orville where Boris gave the whole ship a virus with his third-party porn program. I never, I've only seen one episode of the Orville. It was the opening episode.
That's hilarious, though. That's a large cup of coffee, sir.
I have a rule. I don't like to get up a bunch of times. It has to be the size of my head. And that reminds me, 99-cent store, you're lacking because they stopped selling giant cups, and now I have to go on like Amazon, like the rest of the wild people.
Like the peasants. Oh wait,
I miss going to my local 99 because they were the not so 99. Right before they finally admitted, like, hey, we got to pay our bills, so we can't be the 99-cent store anymore. And they had these giant cups. They had a planter. I'm so mad I didn't buy it. It was probably 80 gallons, but it was meant for a planter, but it was in the shape of a coffee cup. But old Mr. Healthy talked me out of it.
I saw a store. It was a 99 cents and up or less store. So I'm like, so any price. Like,
well, they had to get honest because do you remember when the 99 first came out in California? It was.
I remember. Well, I remember had a 98-cent store when I was growing up.
They put a 99-cent store in my neighborhood. It changed my life. I bought Sun-In. That's why I started dyeing my hair. I bought Sun-In. Remember Sun-In? It's literally fancy peroxide. But because my hair was jet black, I kept on going and going and going. I eventually bleached my fro. The old 99, I had dyed my hair opera red. I used to buy hair dye from the 99. Like, the 99 was crazy. There's Roman coins worth pennies. That's what I'm saying. You really have to, like, people, you really have to know what you have. That's what drives me mentally insane about sewing machines. It's like, bro, that's worth $40. It's not worth even the old like singers, they look like they're antique. A lot of them are only worth $50 or $60,
So like the last time, like it was about 3 years ago, I was like, you know what? I want to change things up. I want to spice, whatever. And I was, so I wanted to dye my hair. I chose, bright red at the time. But the first step was I was going to bleach it. So I was like, I'm not going to do it myself. I had a lady friend at the time who's, was familiar with doing the process and has done it, several times before. So I'm sitting there, I'm, getting myself ready. I have a towel that I'm about to put over my face, and then she start doing it. So she's getting all the bleach and everything ready. And right as tilting my head backwards, like that, I got my glasses off. She's opening the container, and a little blop of bleach comes out and lands right in my fucking eye. Like my eye was all backwards, so I had no like flinch response or anything. It just landed right in my eye. And I just start freaking out because it burned like hell. And I'm like, I jump out, because we're in her bathroom. I jump out off of the chair that I'm off into her shower, and I'm trying to figure out how to get her shower going, and just I'm blind. And I'm just sitting there with my head under the faucet just the whole time. Like, you know what? I don't think I'm going to bleach my hair. I'm good. Thanks.
Oh, that's awful. That's awful. You know, if it makes you feel any better, the first time I tried to shave my legs, I still have the scars to this day. Still to this day. Every time I look down, I'm like, have you not learned the lesson yet, sir? But these are the scars that you carry with you that you'll never repeat that mistake again. That's That's another reason why I don't mess with like beard bleach or like hair that there's a brush they sell that darkens your beard. I'm good with my gray hairs. I'm good. I'm okay. I have reached peace with my gray hairs. I accept my age.
Peace.
No, I've lived. I have no regrets. And I don't even say that as like ha ha ha. No, I've lived. And I have the scars to prove it, So I slowly accept my own. Because I'll tell you, no, when I hit 40, something happened. I had a real life mid-crisis.
Oh.
But here it is. Well, we're years into it, Skits. I'm no longer 40,
Oh. Let's say I just hit 40 last week. So,
so I'm trying to tell you, you got to give yourself time, man. Yeah. Don't try to solve the world now. Gray is in now. Do you know what's so funny? I see young women dyeing their hair gray, and I'm like, why? Why?
Well, I got to prevent him. Like, shut up, Skids.
Mo, you are appreciated. You do not look 56. You do not look 56 at all.
Presuming that's your picture? No, you do not.
One of my favorite things from high school has gone completely. One of my friends has gone completely gray, hair and beard. Hard to. It's true. I have accepted it. I found I was shaving my head for a long time, and then I grew my hair out, and I asked my aunt, I was like, I need you to line me up in the back, and she looks at me and she's like, William, you're bald. And I said, I know I'm bald. And she's like, no, bro. She handed me a mirror. I didn't know I was bald up top as well. So I'm like bald for real. But I just accepted it, and I've shaved my head every day since.
Every day since.
Well, every other day, Depends on what I'm doing at work that week. I might let it grow a little bit, but do you guys appreciate your age, or like whenever someone cards me, I'm like, thank you so much. You're nearsighted. Thank you so much. How do you feel?
Yeah, especially like, oh, you think I'm under 30 something, whatever they're required to card for. But yeah, it's nice.
All my friends in their 50s are gray. I'm not. Do you know what, Alibaba? I feel old. I got in a car accident, and ever since my car accident, like, it has humbled me so much. Things hurt. Things like it made me feel mortal, is what it was.
And that's the thing, right? We all feel immortal as kids.
Oh gosh, yeah. Oh my gosh, when I was a kid, I thought I was like Godless the Destroyer, sewing the Merciless, you know. Now I'm like sewing. I got to be home by 9 o'clock. I hope I have aspirin in the morning.
For real.
Older is wise, you know. And I would like to thank everybody for coming to my coping session. You guys are all awesome. It's good to be gray. I'm gonna rename this stream that It's Good to Be Gray. My car accident took me out. Mine changed my life. It really did. And I wasn't arrogant, but like it really humbled me. My car accident really put me in my place. I'm not completely gray, but it's going gray fast. Do you know I'm going gray across right here? It's the weirdest thing because I have patches on both sides and they're slowly going up. So I have the gray rainbow growing on my head. I look much younger than I am, but it's so bad. But it's not so bad because I look like a legit adult. But it's always really frustrating not being taken seriously for too long. Do you know that's okay? That is because I have a high voice and I do dress like a teenager. If you assume my age and we're in a real life situation, that is a good way to get cursed out and me show you my age. I won't even lie. Like Water Knight did. People do sometimes think I'm way younger than what I am. I do feel more mortal these days. How many times can you actually put Humpty Dumpty? Thank you. That's how I feel, Butterfly. Like being incapacitated will humble you. It really taught me like I took a lot of things for granted.
To truly have to depend on somebody again, like it's weird.
Yeah.
It's a weird thing. Like as an adult, like it's like okay, you're a baby, you have to depend on somebody. As an old, geriatric, you maybe have to depend on somebody. But in your in between years, it's a very humbling experience to not, God forbid, not be able to wipe your own butt.
Oh yeah, it was like even when my pops had cancer, it was hard to see one of the toughest humans I've ever known to be an oxygen mask just sitting on the couch, He was helpless. He become, and he lost he was already skinny and he lost 50 pounds. And he was already skinny, I've always had dark circles, so I've always looked older than what I had a friend like that. When I put concealer on, and I'm like, who is this person? I had a friend who looked like he looked like a born insomniac. But he eventually oh gosh, he's one of those people who grew up in the suburbs and moved, bought a motorcycle and moved to Utah, and he thinks he's a gangster now.
Keeping it gangsta.
Well, you can get away with that stuff in the middle of Utah.
Where there are no real gangsters. Well, I guess maybe there's Salt Lake City. I don't know.
People will ask you questions here. And you may or may not be running while you're answering them. No, you know what though, and that's no shade. Like, I'm not trying to be mean to people. If you need to move somewhere to reinvent yourself, go. I've done it before.
Yeah.
But like when he moved somewhere and brought a stereotype of what Californians are. You know what I'm saying? Because he's pretending to be something that he's not. I grew up kind of in that world, and it's not the most glamorous thing. A lot of it is not even what you think it is. It's kind of like the military. My pops used to always say 90% of the military is preparation. 90%. You're just getting ready all day to get ready again.
Not far from the truth.
So and it's not glamorous though, you know what I'm saying? And like same with certain clubs, or they glamorize things where it's just a bunch of people. It's a support group for gangsters, I guess, for tough guys,
right? Fair enough. Fair.
The Big Over Easy by Jasper Floyd. It's a detective novel about the nursery crimes division of the police department. Humpty Dumpty was pushed. I love books like that. I absolutely
love CSI or NCIS or one of those shows.
So with the Hollywood, I don't know. I went in harsh, and people were telling me not to be too mean to the nanny. But do you feel? Do you know what's really funny? I really got on people for talking about the submarine accident. And here I am a month later saying, like, get rid of all the rich people. Just don't come to my neighborhood. Don't come to my neighborhood, but get rid of all the rich people.
That's actually funny that you mentioned that. Like, it's just the other day I was watching a YouTuber or something like that, and I forgot, and they made a joke about the submarine. I'm like, that's not funny.
No. But I'm saying, like, see, the problem is that we dehumanize people by labeling them. So we'll say he's a billionaire, so you think you can do anything you want to them now because they're
Yeah.
not a human. They're this entity, And I think that's
Yeah.
probably the problem. And I'm not saying you should be familiar with everything because the world's a dirty place.
That it
But
is.
but where's that line of decency? It goes
Yeah.
back to where, like, in public, I say please and thank you and open doors. People look at me like I'm crazy skits when I open a door for them, or I'm like, oh, excuse me,
Yeah, it is definitely being nice, being chivalrous, all those things is a lost art. And yeah, sure, maybe we need it less these days, or maybe it's an outmoded concept. I don't know, but yeah, I still do the same. Like, I still hold the doors open for people, guy or girl.
Mhm.
It's just something I was taught as a child, and I do it to this day. And when my child was a child, I instilled those into him as well. And he
Have a
does the same.
great night, Ollie. Have a great night.
Right.
No, I agree. It's just me. I don't know. I have a damning eye and I pay attention. I just feel like people are. Maybe I am a Karen. Like, do you see customer service going downhill in all fields? Like, you don't even have to pick one. Do you see, or is it just me being a giant baby?
Oh, as far as quality of customer service?
Yes, in the world, just in when you walk out of your house, no matter what store you deal with, whether it's the tire guy or, do you think people have more of an attitude nowadays?
I think so. Yes. Well, with a caveat of, I think these smaller businesses, the homegrown businesses, no, I think they're trying harder than ever to be friendlier. But like the big places, Walmart, Target, they don't give a fuck. So they're like, we're not making a lot of money. We know that we're being screwed now, and they know that there's darn near nothing they can do about it. So they're like, fuck it. So why should we do our job well?
I'm glad you said that because I sometimes, like, I feel like I'm being a crybaby and a Karen because I do have really high standards sometimes, and I try not to push them on people because I know not everybody operates on the same level,
Yeah.
But because I'm out there, I'm constantly buying fabric. I'm constantly, like, shopping for something. Customer service has gone downhill. People are no longer courteous to each other, and it's just the weirdest thing to me. I wish I had a multimillionaire uncle. Or if anyone's looking for a 40-something-year-old washed-up cabana boy, I'm your man too.
Washed up cabana boy.
Has-beens. Oh, here comes hands. Has-beens. Has-beens. The thing is, it's possible for us to we just can't have a few mega super rich at the expense of everybody else. I agree. There has to be a line somewhere. Like where I live, people are relatively the same. They all kind of live on the same kind of level,
What do you feel about, okay, so there's a concept of a minimum wage. How do you feel about a maximum wage?
I think there should be a living wage where the maximum should be the minimum. So whatever the maximum is, that should be the bottom.
Okay.
So like in my area, and this is going to sound crazy, I know, get your tinfoil hats out. You have to, in my area, you have to make at least $200,000 to live, just to be able to afford to live in Southern California. Okay.
Jesus
and that's
Christ.
Just anywhere in LA County. No one's making that much money. Okay. Then everybody should. Everybody should be making that 200,000, or you need to make housing affordable.
Yeah.
You know, the problem is we have the means to do it. We just don't help each other. That's why I'll never harp on Christian organizations. When I was down and out and homeless, they were the only people who helped me. You know, it has to be human beings willing to help each other. Companies don't treat their employees not nicely enough for them to care about that. It drives me crazy. I agree, but I'm just
Exactly.
I'm tired of going places and people giving me an attitude just because I wanted to go to Panda Express, or because I like, hey kid, smile, or like they'll be like, you don't need that, do you? Like, maybe I do want that fork. Just offer it to me, or just put it in the effing bag and let's not make an issue about it. You know. I don't know. Sometimes I feel like, am I being too much of a Karen? Have a great night, butterfly.
Night, night, butterfly. Apparently, Han says tonight too. I like it. I was like,
It was good. Have a great night. It was good seeing you. If you are taking off, have a great night.
what is that? Oh, is that just a video? Oh, okay, it's a video of us in the background there. Okay.
Oh no, this right here. This, I have an old Panasonic camera. I wanted to be a stringer. It's actually really huge. It's fancy. It's a shoulder camera, but it's completely obsolete by today's standards. And like, I refuse to let the technology go. So until the battery explodes or the cables don't work anymore, I'm going to use it. But it's an old school camera. It's not hooked up to anything except for the camera.
And on the other side, on your other side is just a monitor. That's just us.
That's
Okay.
that's a monitor. I got bored and I found a 25-foot HDMI cable, and I'm like, ooh, I can do something with this. Make it look cooler than what it really is around here, you know.
Well, we all know what's under those flags.
Shame skits, just pure shame. Sewing machines. Shout out to my iPhone. This is the one that I took to Arizona that shut down during 117-degree heat. It's still going.
Oh my God. I left my cell phone in the car the other day with a fucking soda. And first off, so it exploded. But cell phone was like, no. And he was like, it is too fucking hot. It just started like shutting shit down. It was like, no.
Yeah. Catholic charities are rock stars in my area. They'll help anybody. See, that's what I'm saying, regardless of what you believe. There's some people that really helped me out in my life. Especially when I lived in Portland, there were like, even when I had my apartment, there was this one organization, they would give you groceries. You'd come under the bridge and they would literally hook you up. Thank you, Sydney. I would never yell at a fast food employee, because I was one when I was like 18, 19, 20, you know. I know how it is just to be some kid like, hey, I just work here, man. I don't like run the company. I'm
being paid minimum wage. I stock the shelves. Why are you yelling at me?
I just want an apartment, man. I just want an apartment.
I just want to live with mom. So yeah, no, it's and that's the thing. We need to treat them all with respect, and then people because even if every single person on Earth had a freaking PhD in theoretical physics, we still need people to deliver our pizzas and stock our shelves.
You just described LA. Do you know in Los Angeles, first off, every barista we have is beautiful. Everyone here has a college degree. It doesn't mean, I'm not saying it doesn't mean much, but it doesn't mean much. You know what I'm saying? Because the market is so over inundated with people. You know, I worked at a Starbucks 20 something years ago in West Hollywood. Good old WeHo 2 on Robinson and Santa Monica. I was the only person without a full college degree because I was like 19. Everybody there, these guys were like poet laureates. They have been around the world, and I'm like, we're all making like $8 an hour. Like, you guys work at Starbucks? Like, it was crazy to me. These kids were so overly educated. Those were good old days. I went to Palm Springs. They were having a heat wave past the bacon saw. It was 127. Realized it was 3. It was 127. Do you know? I don't know how. That's like Palm Springs is where all the super rich gay people go, like to live and retire. I don't know how people can live there. It's like $120 on average out there. It didn't even get that hot when I lived in Phoenix. Though I
Man.
find it really frustrating. Take pride in your work. Do your job well. It drives me mentally insane. Like I used to go to Denny's and get the greatest service on earth. Now you go and they slam your food on the table and it's like, what did I do to you, bro? Or like, I went to IHOP and they gave me cold food. And for the
Yeah.
record, I didn't scream. Did I scream? Okay.
Yeah, like there's a few diners here that I come in town, and they're uh, granted I go to them fairly regularly, but I go regularly because they're friendly and everything. And I walk in, they greet me by name. They're like, hey, you want your
Exactly.
blah blah blah. You want your regular? Or do you want something else? I'm like, yeah, regular. And they bring it out. And they throw a little extra homemade salsa that they do
Thank
back
you.
there.
That's beautiful.
Right?
Do you know what's really funny, Kilroy? You are spot on because garbage men make a killing where I live. They used to say that you're going to be a garbage man as a scare tactic to get you to go to college. And it's true. Now garbage men make over 100K a year. It's true. It is. They really do. That's why on Friday, you can tell paydays in my neighborhood because our pickup time is usually like 1 or 2. They come at 6:30 in the morning. Oh, it's payday. They're getting paid today. They're not. They're going to
I want to get work done.
So true. So freaking true. I wouldn't want to live there. One can only spend so much time in the pool. I feel like that today. Like, I don't know why people move to warm cities to retire. Is it a
Then
physical?
again,
Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Skits.
so then again, when I think of like nice cities, like as far as temperate places, I want to go to retire. San Diego is about right. Like,
Oh, totally. Will you hang that up, brother? San Diego. People constantly talk about how Southern California is 75 degrees. It's San Diego. Because it's on the ocean. San Diego, the entire city is literally around freaking the Tijuana Peninsula, I'm like doing this like you guys have seen the map. I have a picture of all these things in my head because I've been there, and I've seen them in planes. Yeah, I finally got the battery unstuck. The old battery is mangled big time. Luckily, it was dead flat and it probably would have exploded. That's real. That happened with an old flip phone. It I had it plugged in and it was swollen. I was like, oh my God, I unplugged it. It literally started depressing, like literally started
sort of
going down.
outgassing, and like, oh my God.
I saved everybody that day. They didn't even know it.
For real.
Oh, Mike Pence's fly is in here. I don't have all my lights on because it's so hot in here.
Mike Pence's fly.
That joke will never die. I will be in my 80s telling that joke. Oh.
I'm trying. Which episode's that?
Are you? Did you get banned from Rec Room? Okay, just checking. I'm just
Get banned from Rec Room. Something else
Oculus,
to add to his ban checklist.
Oculus has, I'm not a Oculus aficionado, but I think it's like, Rec Room is like where you can do anything.
So did he get like narked on, or how's that work?
I think it's either an algorithm or somebody reviews the actions of people. They have moral clauses on these things now. I would have been kicked off as a kid.
Oh yeah. I mean, God only. I was a weird kid.
Me too. I spent tons of hours playing video games by my damn self as a kid, I would say the weirdest things. I got the idea to move to the Caribbean and retire there. I don't know why. Probably because it's cheap.
Is it cheap?
Yeah. Caribbean is one of the most beautiful places on earth. It's just they have high crime. Like it depends on which island you'd move to.
Okay. I had no idea. Like, sounds like a nice place.
Jamaica is one of the scariest places on earth.
Really?
Watch it. Go watch it. You know I'm YouTube obsessed. Go watch a documentary. Type in Jamaican crime. You'll just be like, oh, because there's the tourist areas, and then there's Jamaica.
Okay.
The real, like, these are like former slave colonies. Like Haiti is the same way. Like they don't play. They do not play. Even the Dominican Republic is the same way. Wow, a lot of those like Afro-Caribbean places are no joke. I knew someone who was from the Virgin Islands, the American Virgin Islands, and it's different than the British Virgin Islands. It just depends on what island you're from. I used the VR last night. It was something. I'll tell you, Sydney, it feels like I'm on drugs. I can't use it. It makes me feel like it's destroying. I'm like a fan, not a fan. It's a strange experience. It's definitely not for the faint of heart. I thought that was like a hockey helmet or something for me. Doesn't Jamaica have some issues with income disparity? Absolutely, Waternay, and I'm trying to say it nicely, but these gangs have split the island in half. And so you're from this one area or you're from this other area. Like it's really sad, but and you have to remember that Jamaica is still basically a colony of England. So if you get arrested, you have to go in front of the if you get arrested in Jamaica, you go in front of British court. Still
Crazy.
I played miniature golf last night. Oh, Isaiah did that recently, and he was a ripper. He's like the John Daly of miniature golf.
Just try Beat Saber. Beat Saber is a great VR game. You'd be like exhausted, like it's lightsabers and dancing, and it's fantastic. Great exercise.
Oh man, I had to rehydrate for a second.
And
I played my friend's game where you had to slice moving blocks in time with music.
Yeah, that's it. That's that Beat Saber. That's it's funny. That's exactly it.
What do you do?
So you're standing there, right? And you have your controllers in your hand, and in the VR, there are two lightsabers. And music is, as music starts playing, usually music of your choice, and boxes start coming at you, and it's your job to swipe at the boxes in the direction that they're indicating. So it's kind of like Dance Revolution, but there's also walls coming at you. You have to just dance to the wall, go to the side, and jump up and down and swipe.
That sounds fun.
It's fun and exhausting, and that's where I really think VR can do a lot of good, is in like exercise and stuff like that.
That's awesome. I need something like that because I need to move around more. You don't move around when I'm playing Mario and Star Fox. Oh, excuse me. I played New Spirit Island expansion last night. It was great. Rich played it last night. Oh, so it's something I'm missing out on, huh? Is it like the next craze or what?
It's been around for a couple of years now, but it's fun. It is fun.
I don't necessarily fall into a lot of trends. I'm a geek. I'm literally sitting here sewing, watching like Mary Beard documentary from 5 years ago, watching Star Trek. Like, I'm still mad at Kate Milgrew for being mean to 7 of 9 in real life, and I wasn't even on the show. I can't even watch Voyager without being like, she treated her terribly in real life. I know way too much.
She was pretty.
Yeah. Always be nice to the pretty person. They're not going to be like that forever. It's the Kelly Bundy thing. Like, I miss the old Married with Children jokes because they told the truth. Like, Kelly Bundy would be going off, and Bud would look at her and be like, oh, you better stay. You better hope you're good looking for at least 15 more years. You know? Block Saber or Spirit Island? Oh, that's
Block Saber. Okay,
Mike Mager.
maybe Beat Saber is something else, or at least maybe a Beat Saber.
Okay. So I'll tell you, I had to take my
Versus-
glasses off. I am so ADD. I think that's the problem with me and my glasses. I just don't want to see. During COVID, we were all scared. And so people would play these games online for hours at a time. I have PTSD just hearing the Jackbox. I can hear the Jackbox games in the back of my head right now. I'm over all of those games. What was that one with those weird people with the goggles?
Oh,
That everyone I'm like doing this, like you know what I'm talking.
no, I played a bunch of those silly games.
It just reminds me of depression and COVID.
Right.
If we can find something new, I'm down. But all those
There's,
old
like,
games, like
Murder
I was
Party, Mystery, or
all of them,
yeah.
all of them. And Quibi, was it called Quibi?
Oh yeah.
Hate it, hate it,
Quiplash.
hated it,
Quiplash? Yeah.
hated it. No PTSD. We would sit here for hours, and that's back when I had only this computer. I would burn this computer out. Like I have such PTSD from 2020. I am over it. And the funny thing is, like, we were just scared. We were all just scared in our house, not knowing what's going on. We would play those for hours. Is it called Among Us?
Oh yeah, Among Us. Yeah.
Hated it.
Oh, I like Among Us. It's a fun game that at least it's one of the games like I can play with the younger children in our group, and not feel bad.
That's true. No, I'm not. I'm cynical. Pretty today, bitchy tomorrow. Absolutely. I'm cynical, but they just remind me we were just all scared. During the pandemic, there was riots every day, something new. There were natural disasters. Like, man, I don't believe in the book of Revelations, but it started. I was like, uh-oh, I hope it's not real, man.
The end times.
We got and so see, even my own bio was like, ew, that's a bad joke. But like, so 2020 scared me, man. In all those games, we would just sit there, and because I don't sleep, I would be playing with people in Australia, or like I'd be up at 2 PM, so I'd be playing with people in New York or something, like, oh man. I agree. COVID really burnt me out. Exactly. I think that's what it is. It just burnt me out because I would sit here for days, grow a beard. I'm like, I got so I could probably put the world record up for Star Fox. Challenge me. Because Isaiah looked it up. Some guy beat it in like an hour or something. I'm like, during COVID, I would like hit 4 buttons and beat that. If you timed me, I bet I could do it. Skits and I play that.
Yeah. Sydney and I play Among Us. Yeah.
I don't have a problem with it. I think it's more the bad memory of just COVID.
Yeah.
People only like the attitude from the good looking. That reminds me of my friend on the plane. Let me tell you, if any of us had gotten crazy on the plane, we'd be leaving in handcuffs. The lady who said that guy's not real.
Oh yeah.
Like, if any of us have done that, reminds me there was something else I wanted to show, but I completely forgot because it's been a yucky kind of night. So I recently was asked to get lunch it was like, hey, if you're going by somewhere, get this and this for me. And I was like, cool. Didn't know this existed. I'm going to put it in the group real quick. Oh, whoops. Boomer. Come on, Boomer.
Okay, Boomer.
Woo! And you know what's so funny? I'm so dramatic. I was like, get this out of my car. This is an abomination. Okay.
Oh God, is that the pink sauce stuff?
Skits, don't. You can see it. Don't give it away. It's real. I had one of those in my car.
Whoa. No.
Yeah, in my car. I had one of these in my car. Hold on.
Where?
Let's share with the class here in Southern California.
Like where did you like what?
That's McDonald's.
Is that McDonald's?
That's McDonald's. Look up the Barbie. Okay, see, I'm giving it away. Oh, look, I'm such a boomer skits. You have me laughing. I'm hitting the wrong button. Okay, here we go. Share. That's real.
Oh no. Dude, remember when they had like the colorful ketchup and stuff? That's
That looks like okay. And you know what the funny thing is, in real life, it looked like really hot frosting.
oh god, yeah, it just screams sweet, but it doesn't look sweet. Or it probably doesn't taste sweet. Like, so
Imagine.
what is it?
You know I didn't taste it. Like, look, people think I'm crazy. People think I'm crazy because I want to jump out of a plane. People like me just don't even try stuff like this, and I'll try anything. I'll try anything. But I recently purchased lunch for a group of people, and a grown adult ordered this.
An
Oh, I
adult ordered that.
I can't even look at it. Thank you, Chad. Thank you. Thank you.
That looks vile. Like, I really hope like they didn't do like a contract with that pink sauce lady.
Ew. Do you know how much we fight pink slime in America?
Oh my god.
Do you know how much we fight pink slime here in the United States of America? And now imagine how freaking it's Kilroy. Professor Kilroy knows what it is. It's ketchup. But they mix in a bunch of food coloring to make it pink. But because I've worked in a meat packing plant, it reminds me of real pink slime. So it makes me physically ill because that's what like pink like slurry looks like.
The extruded remainders of
Again, a meat packing plant, they do not waste anything at all. I worked at the Muslim meat packing plant. I might get sued for saying that because they've been sued a bunch. I worked at a bunch of places. Freshworks,
mechanically separated.
Stockton, California, and in the one in Modesto, California. Sue me. The Muslim meats, they got sued because that's the famous video of them torturing a cow when they hit it with a taser. Oh yeah, I worked there.
Taser.
After I worked there after because they fired the whole staff. But yeah, it's gross. So that is an absolute so let me ask you the question. Would you eat that, Skits?
No, I don't think I could.
Not even
like there's nothing like besides maybe a ground up freaking flamingo leg is that color. No, like.
And since, let's see, I'm going to add this to the group again, but I'm going to have to open up Twitter because I'm a boomer and keep on closing it.
Especially in California, I'm surprised. You know what? I bet you that's them just trying to get rid of their stockpile of like red 40 dye before it becomes illegal in California.
But you know, everything is illegal here already, though.
Yeah.
Like every chemical that you could possibly think of. There must be, there's someone who's a chemist who works for the state because they are on point with it. Oh, where's my picture? Oh, there you are. Oh, am I not? Oh, boomer. I am such a boomer. You have to open up Twitter first. Why not just have a nice pink wrapper? Okay, so I think, with the writer's strike and everything, and Barbie was supposed to be one of the biggest movies that ever came out in our lifetime, if you really think about it. Because everyone's
it was a movie.
It's from the Barbie movie.
I didn't even realize there was one.
Barbie pink is not a color I'm a fan of. And you haven't seen the ads with like Margot Robbie or whatever her name is?
I know. Apparently, I don't see a lot. I don't watch actual like TV. It's all just YouTube and.
Oh, she's all over. How can you be on YouTube and not see a Barbie ad? I want to
Oh,
watch whatever
I have YouTube Premium, so I don't get any ads.
Oh, okay. I was about to say, because the Barbie ads rule the freaking, like who has, thou with the most money has say,
This is true.
it's I still do not have ad blockers. Still, I don't see a point to them. Do they work?
On some places they do.
But do ads, let me ask you though, like, do ads still pop up?
With the ad blocker?
Yeah.
No, I don't think so. Not on YouTube. Not at least not so much. I know I don't get any ads whatsoever, so I don't use it on YouTube anymore.
Okay, so keep in mind that my cat that I feed Odin. Oh, this is the worst video ever.
How's Odin?
Odin's great.
Good.
She's just sprawled on the patio. I give her ice water. She likes being in my backyard. I feed her well. She
has a place to cool down during the heat.
Oh yeah. She's all black. She has black paws, black on black fur.
Gotta be cooking.
One green eye.
A fierce warrior.
I still think that cat's gonna take me on a quest one day. Okay. So let's share. Let's go past that video. We do not want to see that one. That is the worst video on Twitter. So lately, when I go out there, when I turn the light on, there's something new out there every time.
No, is this your new friend?
Oh no, this thing is not scared of me. American raccoons will fight you.
Oh, trash pandas.
Oh, it stands up and looks at me. And
what do you do about it?
No, it's the only the possums are scavengers. The raccoon stands up and looks at me like, "Hey, bro, face to face. Let's come on." It already has a burglar's mask on. That thing, and I think honestly, it could feel like I get a rush, and I guarantee you that thing's like, "Oh, this guy thinks he's tough, but he's scared of a raccoon." That thing's probably 3 feet. It's huge. And then this guy's just a scavenger. They're ugly.
The possums are cute.
American possums are some of the ugliest. They're giant rats, but they're actually really cute. But every time I turn on the light, it's something different. Waternay knows exactly what I'm trying to do because there was an amazing commercial. It was a glasses commercial where the woman brought a possum in her house. She's like, "Oh, I love my new cat." No, the possums are awesome. The trash pandas are a menace. They are an absolute freaking menace.
Oh yeah. Waternay, like I tried I think TikTok or Twitch. I think it's Twitch for like the first time, and like just trying to watch some random person's video. I had to watch 4 minutes of unskippable ads, and then like 2 minutes into the video, another 4 minutes of unskippable ads. I'm like, no, I'm sorry, I can't do this. This is terrible.
Do you know what's so funny? If I like with 30-second videos, if there's an ad, I won't watch it. I'm like, it wasn't even that serious, and I'll skip right past it. I'm like, no,
exactly.
I clicked on you because I was bored, but you're not. It truly depends on what it is. There are certain things like I wanted to see the Napoleon movie ad, so I sat through the ad before the freaking ad.
Here's a question. Is there a difference between a possum and an opossum, or are they both just the same thing?
You know what? That's a really good question because in Australia, their possums look like little cute Disney characters. They have round ears and look up Australian possum. They are the most beautiful thing. American possums are that of nightmares. Are absolutely something that you
those are adorable.
I'm telling you, Australian possums are beautiful.
Oh, I want one.
Commercials are maddening. Depending on what I want to watch, but sometimes, especially if it's like a 10-second clip, I don't need a 30-second commercial, YouTube. Sorry, guys. And I'm so ADD, I'm like, no. I run aggressive ad blockers. I haven't seen that on the internet in years.
Yeah, I mean, I run ad block and ad block plus and pop and a couple of different pop-up blockers, and I was still getting ads. I'm like, oh, I'm out.
I just, I don't know. I'm a boomer when it comes to that because I'm like, does it really? Excuse me. I'm like, oh, does it really work? When everyone's like, yes, William, it works. And I've been asked that same question for 5 years. The large rat things are opossums. In the South, they have possums which look like cuddly tree raccoons. Our possums are gross. I'm biased because I grew up around those things. The first time I saw an Australian possum, I'm like, it looks like a Star Wars character. It literally looks like all cute and cuddly. It'd probably bite the heck out of you. Kind of like
What would you rather?
What's that?
I would say, what would you rather fight, the raccoon or the possum?
Oh, possums will run away. Raccoon,
Play dead. Don't play possum.
A raccoon will fight. Man, you don't want. Raccoons will fight you down to the last drop. They are soldiers. Like that's why they know that people are scared of them because, like in the suburbs, besides like a big dog, they have no natural predators whatsoever. If you really think about it, like on my security camera, I can tell when the raccoons are out because all of a sudden I'll see an exodus of cats going down the street, and then 5 minutes later you'll see a raccoon literally sauntering down the street. Like they have no natural predators. We have coyotes here. They're not scared of the coyotes. And a coyote will walk up to anything. Coyotes are natural scavengers. They will walk up to anything because they think they can eat it. True. Coyotes are gross too. Says the guy who literally lives out in the country. They're all right. They're like when you see them, they look like shaggy dogs, but they're like literally coyotes. They're wild animals.
Yeah, I don't like people who go out and hunt coyotes and things like that. It's like, oh, it's too close to like shooting dogs. I'm not a fan.
Neither am I, and it's legal here. It's legal. They passed a law in California where you can now shoot coyotes. You'll never catch me doing it. I'm on a property where I can do it. I would never do it. I don't see a point.
Yeah, I mean, like, unless they're actively fucking with your chickens or something like that, but just to do it for sport.
In my opinion, they're emaciated dogs who are constantly looking for food and water.
Yeah, pretty much.
They're not like the movies. They're literally emaciated dogs,
They're just trying to survive.
But I live in a property where I see them all the time. Like I'm nicer to nature than I let on. What do you use cameras? I have some, but not as strong as I would like.
Oh, ad blockers.
I know I had to go back in and see what it was.
Like, what's the last thing Kilroy said?
I know, because you never know what the heck we're talking about. It could be one. That's why, honestly, though, that's one of the reasons I love. I don't come with a topic. I have loose topics. Like I cleaned my sewing machine. Mission accomplished. Because how can I say this nicely? People run their YouTube channels like the military, like jail sometimes, or like they have such rigid rules. Did you almost click out?
I picked up my controller and I pushed a button on accident and it turned on the controller, which made a very loud beep in my ear and it scared the shit out of me.
I'm just not an aggressive person. I don't see the need to and you're gonna laugh at me, and I want you to laugh at me. Skits. I've only recently discovered the manosphere.
The manosphere?
Where all the people are talking trash about how they hate women and like
men going their own way. And
I didn't even know it existed. And when I say recently, I mean like within the past like 3 months. I'm like, you guys exist? What is wrong with you? Like,
I mean, what was that? Wasn't it in Married with Children? What was that group that they were in?
No,
all the
ma'am.
guys. No, ma'am. Yeah.
I actually
that's what I always think of.
See, but No Ma'am was funny. It was hilarious. These guys are serious.
These guys are incel, like scary fucks.
I'm so sheltered. I didn't know these guys existed. I am
Yeah,
so sheltered.
that was a serial or a mass killer who was an incel who was part of those groups.
He's actually he did it out here. I don't want to say his
Okay.
name out loud because it's one of those names on YouTube. It's like one of those YouTube words.
Oh, gotcha.
And if you say it too many times, they'll shut your stream down because they think you're an incel trying. Because
Ah,
he's considered a incel god.
great. That
So
shows you who they worship, huh?
I and the only reason I know this is because he did that near a college. That's
right. That's
on
right.
that's on this side of town. You know.
That's right. I forgot it was over here or
Yeah.
over there. I guess
In between
down
you
there.
and me, basically.
Yeah.
Yeah. What's up? How's it going?
I can never do that.
Oh, you gotta see. I have practice. That's like this. Oh, see,
Oh, I
You
can do
gotta-
that.
but don't do that. That's different. Do this. How's it going? How's it going?
Ouch.
I'm trying not to get demonetized or kicked off because they've really been watching my like last week. It said I had 300 something views on my I feel like somebody's watching me, and they busted me down to 86 views.
Oh, because of the song?
I don't know. They do it for all my videos now. Last week, 115 people watched this stream, and that only says 70 something people watched it.
How can they do that? Like,
It's
are they
driving me
literally
insane.
taking away your freaking views?
I don't know why. I don't know what I've done. It's driving me crazy. That's why I don't pay attention to the views anymore. That's why I only do this because I like it, you know. As far as like making my pre-records, because this is what I'm here for, just hanging out, having a good time, you know. But like YouTube has been coming at me.
You mentioned earlier they were asking you to be a partner, make a little, you can make a little money off of it, or
Okay, but what's the point of being a YouTube partner if they're not going to monetize? I know we already had this conversation, but like that really ticks me off actually.
yeah.
Because they're like, you just got accepted to be a partner, and it's like, bro, you do everything to block me, and now you want to be friends. Now you want to be friends because I'm not giving up.
Now they said okay, you can take super chats, but again, they're going to take a third of it or whatever.
Is that really what it is?
I think so. Probably like where you can to get memberships and accept super chats. A couple other YouTubers have done it recently.
I feel like I would have to give people stuff. Like I wouldn't just. I feel weird taking money. I'm not saying that you shouldn't, like, if you don't want to send it, Godless Sewing Incorporated. But I would feel weird doing that.
And that's actually a pretty common thing thus far. Like some people do it, but they're like, it's weird because at least with a super chat, sure, it's a super chat, you can do whatever. But with like the memberships, like they have what? It's a membership. You're in, like I got nothing to offer you here. Sure, you can have some cute emoji next to your name or whatever, but it seems
maybe
like
I
they
should
want
start.
something to offer.
I can start giving away all these college books that I buy and never read. Who wants Chemistry, Molecules, Matters, and Change? The Practical Research of Social Science.
Any physics books?
I probably do. No, those two are actually from my college. Riverside Shakespeare. I've actually read Riverside Shakespeare. No, it just seems weird to me. I am the membership. I don't know. If I have something to offer, I'm going to offer it to you, but I'm not going to rip you off. Like Teespring is like some slave pressing your shirt in either China or India somewhere. So every time someone's like, "Oh, I have a Teespring store," I'm like, "You endorse slavery, you noob!" Like, I'm over it.
Oh, TGR, the Geek Room. That's okay. TGR membership.
Oh, okay. I thought you were saying like you're like the top. You're like,
I
I'm
am
the membership. Slim and burnt toast. Burnt toast is still around. That's awesome.
Nice.
I remember when she first came out with the whole G-Man saga.
Mm.
You could do some refurbished art with the college books, except with a Riverside Shakespeare. That book must be treated with representation. It's literally what is holding up my laptop so I can look you eye to eye. That's why I'm looking at them, because it's like
Respect.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 books. Dang, after all that struggle, they sent the wrong batter. See,
Motherfucker.
this is exactly what I was talking about 2 hours ago this is exactly what I was talking about. This is why I don't like getting things through the mail. I have not ever had success. This is why I don't order shoes. I don't order pants. There's certain things I do not order online because I have an oddly big foot.
I feel you.
We end up paying more money because we're over, like, what is it, 11 or a 12? You end up paying more money.
14 here, or I'm a size 14.
I wear a 13, and in a boot 13 and a half, depending on the brand. I'm like a 13, but my big toe, the bone, is a 13 and a half, depending on who makes it. I forgot what I was gonna look up because I always feel like somebody's watching me, stuck in my head.
Gonna get the stream taken down. Like, somebody's watching me.
And for the artist, I don't know why, but YouTube is telling me that video is blocked, but everybody can see it. I'm gonna look up that email. I still can't believe they asked me to join their gang. It's like, bro, you've been fighting me since the day I walked in. Now you want me to join?
Can't beat them. Join them. Because remember,
I would 6.5.
is futile.
I actually had that on my Husqvarna. I was gonna put it on my old truck before I crashed it, but I ended up just putting the sticker on my Viking. I know a woman who wears size 9 in men's shoes. Because I don't like her, it's my sister. We're hobbits. We have oddly giant feet. I can't believe I actually did what I sought out to do. I finally defluffed this machine.
You defluffer, you.
I didn't even know that was a real thing. It is. It is. No, but I got this.
Hey, Lucy.
How's it going? How's it going?
I hear you play VR.
My friend wears a men's 9, but she's 6'1". My sister's 5'4".
Big girl. The 6'1". A girl I can look eye to eye.
Okay, so let me ask you: could you date someone taller than you?
God, that'd be tough. Be a big girl.
Awesome, Lucifer. Awesome. Nice to meet you. I dated a woman who was 6'4", and everybody had something to say but me.
I mean, I could do it. Yeah. So to be, but obviously, I usually date women shorter than me because it's hard to find women taller than me, I guess. Like,
fluff ears, but I do know
6'4".
they need the
Good God.
Yeah. Do you know? I'll never forget. Like, I still see her around town. And I was at a Mexican restaurant with my son and my mom. And she walks up, she gives me a hug, and she's like, "Oh, we need to hang out. I miss you." And my mom looks at me and she's like, "I still can't believe you dated a woman that tall." Like, I'm 5'9". She obviously towered over me, and she was so tall she could go like this over my flat-footed.
She's all doing a shack over you.
Yeah, no, she could. She could. I never felt I'm comfortable with who I am. I am okay. I am okay. Like I could totally date a woman that was 6'4". Awesome. Always welcome.
Lucy's
Especially people who live in actual Northern California.
Unlike the fake Northern California here, my bad.
What you know what it was because Phoenix hosted me for to me, Central California is Northern California.
Yeah, yeah, I consider central. Well, yeah, I mean, people start different definitions, right? Like some people say anything north of Bakersfield to Sacramento is central. Who fucking knows?
I've always considered Bakersfield. If you're out in the middle, that feels like Central California because once you get over the Grapevine, you're in flatland. It's like as far as the eye can see, you're in flatland. But once you start heading more towards more north, that's when you get towards San Francisco. You get towards Stockton. You know, depending on where you are.
Quasi arbitrary.
I'd be hard pressed to date a man shorter than me unless I started hanging around racetracks.
Jockeys.
So they have to be rich. You don't care if they're short. They just have to be loaded.
The horse jockeys, like
finally. Frisco is it NorCal? I was born in Salinas. Okay, awesome. I live in Southern California, so we're biased. You know, we think anything. I'll probably be kicked out of the club because I said San Diego was Southern Cal, and I got shocked. They were doing interviews at Dodger Stadium, and this one guy was like, "Oh, I'm from Southern Cal. I'm from Bakersfield," and I was like, "Let's get the map." The map says because Bakersfield is it's a good 2-hour drive to Dodger Stadium from Bakersfield, and from my house, it's like a 45-minute drive to Dodger Stadium, maybe less. And I live on the outskirts of LA County. Crescent City, awesome. Almost as north as you could get. I lived in Portland for a while, so I passed through that area multiple times, driving back and forth. LA Story this weekend. Awesome. Oh. You got to dig for them. I haven't washed them yet. They're kind of disgraceful. Our oven mitts are so gross. They need to be washed. That's really what we're talking about. They're just greasy and gross. Did you find them? Cool.
I made a jambalaya for dinner tonight.
Oh, you're making me.
Oh, big old bunch of I had like 2 pounds of shrimp, 2 pounds of andouille sausage in there. Oh, bunch of rye. Oh, so good, so good.
Oh, you're reminding me. I bought the fancy cornbread. I had pork ribs and broccoli because I'm healthy, skits. I'm healthy. But I also make this cornbread that like you need a doctor note. You need to sign out for. Like you may or may not have a heart attack. Driving to the neighborhood. Oh. Do you know Isaiah has a bougie pizza in the freezer? I might attack that thing when this stream's over. You know, kids nowadays, my father was the most heartless human ever. If he liked your leftovers, he would eat them in front of you. Kids nowadays have no idea. I want to be I want to be a 6'2" man so I could eat jambalaya, a milkshake, and a banana split in the sand.
Don't worry, I'm gonna hit the treadmill after this is over for about an hour.
Oh, thank you, Lucifer. I'm a addict. I'm a next generation junkie. Like I have a bunch of old Columbia House videos. Skits is shaming me for the episode that I keep on showing over and over. Shaming me for it's the greatest episode. They're fighting to the death with some crazy hand thing because they're on the alien.
I still love it when they fling the hand thing over that dude just like sitting there going, well, fuck. Dies because the poison got him. Yeah.
It's a bougie California pizza kitchen pizza. So it's got broche and not broche. It's got fancy cheese and No, I keep on seeing those broche hot dog buns, and I'm like, this is the most bougie shit ever. And I got them, and I'm like, okay, these are really good,
It's delicious.
but they're expensive. They're not like when you get regular hot dog buns, they're like a buck and a half, $2,
Yeah, California, where we're at. I just found out recently what our freaking our state fruit and vegetable were.
What is it?
Oh, okay, well, take a guess. What is our state vegetable?
Wow, I don't know. Rhubarb,
That's
alfalfa.
artichokes.
Really?
Okay, and guess our fruit.
I do love a good artichoke.
I love an artichoke.
Pineapple.
Avocados.
Oh, duh! How did I not know that? I am I am in the avocado eating wokarati.
I'm wokarati.
When Sorella Breverman said that in the UK, I was like, holy cow, I need to write that down. I need to write that down. I will not remember this. Oh man, that was scold when she said that, because like they're doing the same culture wars over there like they're doing here. Have you had the fancy uncured hot dogs from TJ's? They would be good on one of those brioche buns. I'm obsessed with bacon wrapped hot dogs.
Somebody was literally just recommending it. Like I go to this place and get bacon wrapped hot dogs when I was there. Like they were literally like, you need to go here and get a bacon wrapped hot dog. I was like, okay.
Do they sell them on the streets anywhere where you live? They sell them on the streets here. They're so good.
That's where I was told it was like this little street vendor. It's like unauthorized, and you'll probably die of dysentery, but it'll be delicious. Like,
Just don't get the avocado and you'll live. I know someone, a very someone I know that she's a drag queen that does shows out here. We all got ghetto dogs. She decided to get an avocado slice because she's not from California, and she got food poisoning. And we know it was avocado because we all ate from the same vendor.
oh, that sucks.
And not one of us got sick except for her. So buyer beware. Heck yeah. Do you know what's really funny? Like, I miss that part of California. When I lived in Central California, I discovered that Manteca is where all the food's grown. Budweiser owns one half. Carl's Jr. owns the other.
I mean, California really is the breadbasket of the United States.
That's why Trump killed our state when he got all those contracts with China and Japan canceled. He almost killed our beef industry. It's coming back now, but he worked at it. I've never seen a Trader Joe's. Trader Joe's is bomb. I don't care what anyone says. I still love the yuppie food.
Me too.
Everything's better with. See, Mark gets it. Bacon wrapped hot. Like in LA, we call them ghetto dogs, and they sell them in the store now, and they call them LA hot dogs. Farmer John sells them. It makes me laugh. They're better when you make them at home, though. But they're so good.
Is it literally just a hot dog wrapped in bacon and fried?
Literally.
Okay.
And well, on this side of town, like they'll cook them up with like red bell peppers and red and green bell peppers. So you'll smell the bell peppers as you're walking by with the bacon cooking,
Oh my God, that sounds good.
Oh, it's the greatest thing on earth. But I swear you have to have a certain type of immune system, because like I'm telling you, my ex-wife Isaiah and I, we went on a cruise. We walked into this one and because I speak Spanish, it was cheating. Like we went on the side of town where you get kidnapped, and we totally stuck out. We went to this one place, we sit down, everyone's looking at us. I'm like, 3 waters. The guy's like, you want water? Because we ordered a bunch of food, and I'm like, yeah. And not one of us got sick from the water.
No, good.
Not one of us. And I knew we wouldn't, because we live on that side of town, basically. I don't know. But LA food is something else. You know what's really funny? I'll never go on a cruise again because of all the stuff I learned because of 2020.
Oh, for real? They're just gross and scary, and so many things can go wrong. And if they go wrong, they go really wrong.
I didn't know that because my ex-wife and I got addicted to taking weekend cruises. because Carnival doesn't care if you puff on their cruise.
Oh yeah.
But they'll search you on the they won't search you on the ship, but they'll search you on the way home. Because they don't want you taking stuff
Oh.
back from Mexico. And like
Okay.
so my ex-wife, we partied so hard that we took her entire family on a cruise. Like we loved those weekend cruises.
Oh god, that's actually something I have to think about. Like, since I'm gonna be out of the state for a week, I'm like, man, I can't take anything with me. I gotta hopefully find a place. Like, I'm fairly certain Arizona is they have recreational there, but
Alexa, does Arizona have recreational marijuana laws?
This might answer your question. Yes, Arizona has legalized the recreational use of marijuana.
Legalize it. There you go.
I like it. This might answer your question. Yes.
We
Yes,
know
it
each
answers my
other.
question.
Mark Short, you don't like bell peppers? When I was a kid, my parents grew zucchini, bell peppers, all kinds of hippie food. So I love bell peppers.
Yeah.
My parents grew all kinds of food.
And again, my dad grew okra, but I don't like okra.
You make a lot of money here growing okra, alfalfa, hay. You make a lot of money growing that. At
Really?
least in this area. If you have a tractor in a field, you can make so much money growing that stuff here. I read the bell peppers are underripe. They should be red and orange and such. They actually bell peppers are so good. Legalized marinara. Now I'm really hungry.
Or Rizzle.
I'm really allergic to tomatoes, but like in America, when we order marinara sauce, that's all chemicals. It's not tomatoes. So some of that stuff is I'm not allergic to. I don't like bell peppers cooked. So would you eat one raw? Oh, fried okra is yummy. Mark, you don't like zucchini?
I don't like zucchini either. It has to be fried. Like, I can eat fried zucchini, but like, yeah, I don't like zucchini.
Okay, but let me ask you a question, Skits. Do you eat the zucchini from Carl's Jr.?
Is that the fried stuff?
The breaded one.
Oh, no.
It's literally completely fried, but it's completely breaded, and it's a piece of zucchini.
Oh.
They're so good.
Yeah,
like-
that sounds like something, because I also like zucchini bread and things like that. And like, it's funny, I'll get like Panda Express, and their mushroom chicken also has zucchini in it. So I always like take out the zucchini, but
You and I literally eat the same stuff. Like we no, but even like the Greasy Spoon I go to, they make fried zucchini sticks, and it's either tempura or southern fried battered. It's like a crunchy French fry. Oh, it's the greatest thing on earth. I'm obsessed with them. Come on, Mark.
It's actually one of the at our local local small county fair. They have a little tempura booth that they set up, and it's the mushrooms and zucchini, and it's so good. Especially a little ranch. Oh my god, forget about it.
You're making me think. I think I have tempura batter. Do you know what's really ghetto? Which was the greatest thing I ever bought. What is his name? Was it Larry the Cable Guy? Jeff Foxworthy's friend?
Yeah, that was one of them. Yeah,
he had a fish fry, which was basically a southern tempura. He put his name on something, you know. It was the greatest thing I've ever tasted in my entire life. I kept the box. It's literally back behind next to all my sewing machines. If I ever find it, because they don't sell it in California. I found it at the 99-cent store, and then I Googled it, you know.
When selling out becomes a good thing.
Okay, that goes back to my original thing. Like, where is that line with selling out? Larry the Cable Guy was some poor, depressed guy sitting in his apartment by himself. He has more money than Jeff Foxworthy.
Wow.
Jeff Foxworthy told a joke at a roast, and it was really sad because I think it was Greg Giraldo ended up taking his life. But he told a joke to Greg Giraldo. He was like, "You guys are making fun of Larry the Cable Guy, but guess what? when Larry the Cable Guy is literally going to take a private jet from here, you're going to be yelling at the guy on Taco Bell. I want a number 4. I'll never forget that joke. I will never, but it's true. Larry the Cable Guy is a multi-millionaire. So where's that line of like selling out?
He did good with his marketing skills.
Yeah, he
Like
knew
he's
his
not.
area.
He may play an idiot, but I don't think he actually is an idiot.
No, he's so smart. Jeff Foxworthy is still working. Larry the Cable Guy doesn't have to.
Yeah.
And he was like one of his openers who ended up making more money than him.
Wow.
So where is that line, you know? I eat okra. It just tastes like beans. Okay, I don't know. In I don't know if this translates. In Australia, do you guys eat refried beans? Because
I love me some refried beans.
oh, I go to Vallarta, man, because they make them with real lard.
That's how you do it.
Oh, it's the greatest stuff since sliced bread. I love them. I absolutely love it. How do you make so much money compared to Foxworthy, who was everywhere back in the day?
Merchandise, baby.
Exactly. And Larry the Cable Guy came towards the tail end where people were getting paid more. Like he was in a bunch of Pixar movies, Disney movies. He is in the Cars series. He's the voice of the Rusty Truck. He does a bunch of stuff.
Mater.
Yeah.
Co-mater.
He made Jeff Foxworthy talks about
God,
it.
Mike.
I love
that fucking movie.
I love Jeff Foxworthy. So if it has anything, any interview or anything, I'll watch it, you know. And he talks about it all the time. He's like, hey, I'm glad for him. He's more rich than I am.
I love Ron White. He's my favorite out of that bunch.
Greatest joke ever is he wakes up, who shit in my pants? Dude, Ron White actually helped me quit drinking. I'm not kidding you. I was that guy. He helped me quit drinking 12 years ago when I watched You Can't Fix Stupid. That was right around when I quit drinking.
I was drunk in a bar. They threw me into public.
And like Ron White, like you see him and he's like, he's not playing.
He's drunk as fuck. Yeah.
I didn't know he was from Nebraska. Do you know in LA we have a saying like in Northern California, when you meet someone, they'll say, I'm from Oakland. And you'll look and be like, it's okay to say you're from Antigua. Like, come here. Like, it's okay. I know you're from Stockton, bro. Like, it's okay. Like, it's really okay, you know.
Well, remember when it was like used to be like, you're from Oakland? Okay, whatever, dude. You know, back up. And now it's like, oh, you come from Oakland, you must have money.
Yeah, you have to. You know, or like even saying LA, like if you ask someone from Orange County, they'll say, I'm from Orange County. You ask someone
from the OC.
Yeah, or like you ask someone from San Fernando Valley, which is in LA County, they'll say, I'm from SFV, bro. Like they don't, you know, it all depends, but technically it's all LA. Oh, excuse me, that Pepsi, the revenge of the Pepsi. Yeah, we put them in tacos sometimes, but they're not good, so I don't use it when I make tacos. You're reminding me, Isaiah ordered 2 pounds of chicharrones, not realizing it was like semi-dried pork, and put it in the fridge. For the past 2 days, I've been making these like elaborate burritos. You have to chop it.
So it's not fried chicharrones?
It's like actually from the pig. It's actually from the pig.
So it's not okay.
And so, like, it's unprepared, but like he didn't realize what he was ordering.
Why do you order it?
Because it looked good in the bin. At the so we have Mexican grocery stores. Okay, you walk in, and first they have a bakery in front, and they get you with the smell.
Oh yeah,
because fresh bread is evil. They have a full butcher shop in the back, but they have a restaurant in the freaking grocery store. So you walk by these trays, they have fried chicken, they have American food, but it's all real Mexican food and some Salvadorian. It just depends on who's cooking, you know, but it's a Mexican grocery store. It is the greatest thing on earth. I go there all the time. And the funny thing is, it's affordable.
Nice.
They have real food. Like when I order beef ribs, I call them my Dino ribs because I feel like they're Flintstone ribs. They're so big.
Nice.
You know? Anybody else who needs a glass of bourbon on stage is a drug. Man, he was no joke.
I remember one time there was a one of the venues he was at. They're like, "Hey, sorry, you can't drink and smoke, while you're on stage, unless you're doing, an act of an impersonation. You're doing an impersonation or something." It's like, "Oh, okay, fine." And he gets up on stage with his cigar and his drink. Like, for this entire show, I will be impersonating my uncle. He's just drinking and smoking on stage. Like
he was no joke. Because I watch a lot of stuff. You catch people slurring, I slur. Honestly, if it wasn't for speech therapy, I would be talking like this all the time. Okay? I get it. People slur, I slur. But when you're drunk, you can tell.
Yeah.
I would be scared for him.
Good thing he doesn't have to drive himself anywhere.
Well, when you make money like that, you can be crazy. Like DJ Quick talks about it all the time. Like he reached a point where he just got a driver. He was like, I'm tired of DUIs. I'm just gonna get a driver. Oh, Lightning McQueen. Oh, I miss those days. I miss all of those days because my son was into Yo Gabba Gabba. He was into all that stuff and like
Little Einsteins and
all of it. I still have the DVDs, and now he's fighting people. Now he's scrapping on Oculus.
I was getting banned and
he for real got a lifetime ban. Let's talk about this for a second. My son got a lifetime ban on PlayStation. Okay, companies should not be allowed to have moral clauses. If you put it back in the day, in our day, if you had a game, you bought it, that was it. Transaction over.
Yeah.
And now there's paywalls, you have to pay to play, all this crappy stuff. I should be allowed to scream mother effer while playing Call of Duty.
Yeah. Like it's fine if you want to put like, a kids only server or something like that where that isn't okay. And at the worst case scenario, you get banned from said server. But to have a generalized overarching rule where, yeah, I can understand, you shouldn't be able to, run around, dropping N-bombs, willy-nilly. But yeah, no, to permaban somebody for saying something that sure maybe ever so slightly offensive, but
Isaiah
not
was on a
like
game called Dreams where it was literally like a base world and you could make anything. They gave you literally like a base human. People that have ASD are so underrated. I couldn't even believe how he navigated this game. But he made a talk show with giant penises. And the penises were talking and they banned him for life for having the host walked out. All the audience were penises and the person walked out was a giant penis and they banned him for life.
that sounds fucking hilarious.
He programmed the whole thing. I was like, he spent 3 days making the thing, and
That is amazing.
They banned him for life for that.
Oh my God. I mean, interesting, but come on. At the end of the day, it's just a piece of anatomy, like.
And he's had the ban for over a year or 2 years now. And I asked
any way
him,
you could appeal it or
no. Do you know how much money I spent? Like, and I'm not even trying to be Karen crybaby, but like, give me my 4 or 5 grand back from Fortnite. Then can I get my Red Dead Redemption money back? Because there were certain games when they gave him the ban, he can still play Minecraft. Like the games that we bought, the actual discs. Because I would buy him the discs, not knowing you could buy them online. So all the hard discs that he has, he can still play. And they
can't play online.
They even take the updates. So his Minecraft is the brand new Minecraft that's going now, but they won't let him play online.
That's annoying. Still.
Well, with everybody else.
Yeah, most people they play those so they can play online with other people.
Oh, and so was telling me the neighbor's dog was barking last night, and he only has a few words for dog. He poked his tongue out. Oh, I miss that phase when they're young. People aren't screaming motherfucker while playing Call of Duty. I mean, there's an offensive and there. you can't legislate morality because what I consider indecent may be decent to somebody else. We live in a big giant world. We have basic like, hey, don't do this. It's wrong. We're gonna kick you out if you do this, but you can't like I'm sorry. I get in arguments with people about this. You can't legislate morality. And I've never read things from people in Australia, Britain, Germany, and other countries that got banned from things because they didn't live up to puritanical American standards. It's true. I don't know who's holding the standards for this one, but it really ticked me off. They banned my kid for life. I feel there should be some exceptions for kids, also a warning system for banning. They did warn him, but he ignored the emails. He's a kid. He was like, he's like 13 now. This was a couple years ago, so he was like 9, 10 or 11.
10 or 11-year-old making a. That's
Yeah.
hilarious.
And even like my ex-wife would walk in and he was doing, and she's like, "That's really creative." We were all rooting for him.
Love it.
It's the strangest thing. It is the strangest thing. And so now, like, because I don't want him to be that spoiled kid. But I asked him, I was like, "You want an Xbox?" He's like, "No. They'll just ban me on my Xbox." So at least he's practical, But when he got banned on his Oculus recently, it was shades of like, because I was so mad when he got banned on the PlayStation. But you can't, there's no one I can write. There's like, it's a heartless corporation. They don't care. They already got the transactions over. They got their money from me.
They got their money. And I'm sure somewhere in the terms of service, they're like, nope.
That's what it always comes down to, is there was something that like, because when you turn on the PlayStation, it shows you the contract that you are signing. But you just hit skip. Yeah. Life goes on, I don't, and I'm the one that set it up. And maybe it's my fault because I put my age on there and he learned my birth date. So he uses my birth date for everything. The Oculus thinks that he's my age. How do you feel about that? Do you feel that we should have moral clauses in video games?
No. I mean, I think there should be some. There has to be some sort of line that has to be kind of set, I suppose. But no, like as far as like things like that that aren't directly attacking somebody with offensively using slurs or things like that. No. But no, I don't think, especially because you have to think whose morals are we basing these off of. Even among the programmers themselves have different moral bases. So who gets to decide what we can and can't say?
This is a really weird country. Everything goes, but for a lot of people still want to pretend like there's really strict religious laws here. And you know what? I'm going to say something controversial that most people may or may not know. It's not illegal to go out and scream the N-word. It's not illegal to go out and scream the J-word. You can get in someone's face and scream it. You have to be back. As long as you're not threatening anybody, we have freedom of speech. You also have the right to offend people too. I'm not defending anyone or anything, but like we've lost that. Because we spend so much time trying to police each other. We spend so much time, oh my gosh, godless sowing is for this, or he's against this. Oh, we got to cancel him, not realizing what's going to happen. Because now video games have moral clauses. And if you tick off the programmer or the bot enough, it'll ban you for life. Is that okay?
No.
I get offended all the time. I just move on, There's people have had hate streams about me, all kinds of things. I do hold on, I do this clap. Good for you. And I move on with my life, I don't know. Do you think we're becoming too offended?
Yes. I think we are definitely a lot, but I think it's a lot easier to be offended these days.
But you and I politically kind of have the same view. So where is that line between not being a dick and being a decent person?
Yeah. Yeah. I think you should have the the freedom to be able to say, motherfucker and things like that. Like you're not directly, attacking somebody. You're not, dropping N bombs, dropping anything like that, especially where, which may or may not be, granted, I don't know, it's silly. Like it's arbitrary, but no, I don't think there has to be a line, but where that line is, I guess it should be subjective, right? It should be where, what are you playing? Where are you at? If you're in a room that's, you're playing that's something that's primarily made for children, yeah, maybe you shouldn't be, doing certain things. But if you're in a game that's, you're shooting people's faces off, is really motherfucker what you should be concerned about. Like,
that's what I'm saying. That's exactly what I'm saying. Like, especially like in the GTA, like Isaiah used to be in those GTA servers. Holy, they taught me curse words. Those kids were in there, reinvented the wheel. I'm like, oh, I didn't know those two words went together. I'm writing that down. I did not know that, Or everyone's in there trying to be a tough guy, like, I'm from such and such neighborhood. Come find me. Like, bro, we know you live in the scariest part of LA. Okay, I get it. You ain't coming over here. I ain't going over there. Gas is expensive.
Oh shoot. Unfortunately, I gotta be bopping off here shortly, brother.
All right. I know. I'm just getting in my stride. Do you know one day I'm gonna do like a 10-hour stream? I think I am. I think the Godless Sewing-a-thon is gonna I think I just invented something.
Got the sewing-a-thon.
Would you guys watch me lose my brains if I sat there and like you guys can leave and come back and check on me? But if I did like a sew-a-thon,
totally, and have people come on and off, and like,
I think that's gonna be the day I finally lose it and make my parachute.
Do it.
Many people just need to have a big spoon of concrete and harden the F up. I agree. I was raised by like, oh, I'll give you something to cry about. I was raised by wolves, so it's hard for me to relate sometimes.
Yeah.
Bring snacks for this stream.
There you get right.
I'm a huge fan of free speech person. Morality is too personal and differs to codify it into law. And yes, people want to police others so much that they miss out on bigger, actually important stuff. That's my problem. That's my big beef, Kilroy, with today's world is that like we're too busy policing each other, not realizing that everyone's broke and our country is like it's happening to everybody, not just one person, And I guess it's the West, I don't know. So, Skis, anything you'd like to shill?
No, just thanks for having me on, and appreciate you being a good person, brother.
Oh, thank you. You're always invited on.
Thanks, man.
I switched my shake, so it's hitting me harder. That's where I get my Marge. That's where I get my Marge voice from. Need anything else, honey? Are we done? You need pancakes? Do you need more coffee? You need more coffee? When's the 10-hour stream? I'll be doing, you know what? I'm going to work on it. Because you know what? Quite honestly, I could put on my CCTV. I need to clean out underneath. You know what? I have a bunch of stuff I can do for a 10-hour stream. Because I need to clean underneath my desk. I'm looking for all my old AV equipment.
I'd watch it.
I'm down. Well, I would like to thank everybody who's made it this far. Kilroy, Mark Short, Waternay, Alibaba. I know Alibaba, you're not here. Sydney, you guys are what makes this channel what it is. So I absolutely appreciate and love every single one of you. Trusty Ape, if you're still out there, you're always invited on. Laugh out loud. Put your CCTV on.
For real.
But I absolutely appreciate every single one of you. And like I always say, reinforce your seams, be yourself, and I will definitely see you next time. Rock out with